Hello everybody, welcome back. Hey, I gotta say congratulations to whoever it was that just hit subscribe, because you have become number 6. How about that? 6,000, that just happened. I just Googled what 6,000 people looks like. I guess Derek knows. Derek's like, I play to 20,000 every week. But 6,000, yeah, it's a big crowd, baby. Yeah. So that's cool. 1,000, many thanks, and 1,000 good greetings to all those who have joined us recently. It's been quite a spill after the last 28 days. Check that out, 1194. I gotta bet those numbers. Yeah, that's good. Good. So nice way to start off show 2 post-trial Wendy Adelson commentary. What have we got today? Well, hey, I just had a thought. What about if every one of our subscribers bought us a coffee right now? How great would that be? Fuck the Geogia Cappleman wig. I'd be buying her actual hair. Me and Michelle will be driving down. Give her a little trim. Metrix style. I reckon she'd go for it for those kind of bananas. Anyway, so what are we doing? What did we do yesterday? We gotta push on through. We're gonna be finishing up today. It seems quick. 2 shows for Wendy Adelson. But there will be more, believe me. There's all sorts of sidelines we got coming for this year's testimony and others. I know nothing. Brother convicted. Mother convicted. It wasn't me. Hey, I just caught a little bit of Roberta Glass's show this evening, just 5 minutes or so. Couple of nice points she made, which, are obvious, but it's always nice to hear them the way she puts it. Dan Markel made me hate Tallahassee. Which is a real nice spin that I don't think Wendy herself has actually used yet. It was Dan. I loved Tallahassee. Dan Markel ruined this city and I couldn't live here anymore. I loved that. That was good. And the other thing I wrote down, we'll just get to that later on. So yesterday we left off just at the lunch break. Geogia Cappleman was questioning Wendy in direct for about a little under 2 hours. And then they broke for lunch. And now we're going to do the rest of that direct, have a look at Jackie's cross, and then Georgia's going to come back at the end. So it should be quite the show. Welcome everybody in the chat. What else did I want to say? Something? Nothing. Boom. Donna's almost looking a little normal today. Look at her in the thumbnail. I should have got the recent picture of Charlie, but I love the picture of Donna. What a mess.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Cappleman, you may resume with your examination of the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, I want to ask you a little bit about your brother, Charlie Adelson. How is he older or younger than you?
I'm the youngest of the 3 children, so both my brothers are older than me.
How much older than you is Charlie?
That was over the top information, right? The question was, is Charlie Adelson older than you? And the answer is yes. There's no need to mention Rob at all, especially given the fact that he's been expunged. I'm the youngest of 3 children, so both my brothers are older than me. You know, all she wants to say is, I'm the youngest, I'm the baby, I'm the innocent, I'm the one they had to look after. That's why my elder brother and my mother had to do it for the baby, right? I didn't know because I'm the baby. They tell me nothing, I know nothing. Tell baby nothing. Should we see it again? Let's just go back to the beginning. We're only a minute in. We've already got a win. Is Charlie Adelson older than you? I am the teeny weeny innocent baby of the family, so both my brothers are older than me. Colorado, yeah. Thank you for the super chat. Agree Wendy set up Granny Gotti. Thank you. Oh, I've got to go through.
Everyone can be seated.
Hey, look, let's just get this rolling a little bit. But, you know, when the opportunity presents itself, we had a good good long comment from our good friend, our friend in the Southern Hemisphere, in a little place that they just call Oz. You know, just Oz. And no, he wrote a little thing with some points. I don't want to call it argumentative points, but you know, to discuss. So I thought we might talk about that live, but a little later.
Cappleman, you may resume with your examination of the witness.
Ms. Adelson, I want to ask you a little bit about your brother, Charlie Adelson. How is he older or younger than you?
I'm the youngest of the 3 children, so both my brothers are older than me.
How much?
You can tell I'm the youngest of the 3 children because I talk in a baby voice. Why would they tell a baby about a murder plot? Whatever they did, they did. I know nothing.
Older than you is Charlie.
He's 2.5 years older.
And in the time frame 2013 to 2014, how much time were you spending with Charlie Adelson?
I don't remember spending a lot of time with him. I was in Tallahassee most of the time, and he was in South Florida most of the time.
Did you speak with Charlie regularly during that time?
We did.
What type of lifestyle did your brother have around the time frame 2014 to 2016?
My brother was a single guy. He was dating lots of people. He worked really hard.
Correction, single misogynist, okay? Difference.
Till early in the morning till late at night, sometimes 6 or 7 days a week.
Worked hard, played hard?
Yeah, I think that was kind of his lifestyle.
Did he like nice things?
He
Fancy
did.
Cars?
He liked nice cars. He liked nice food.
Okay. Did you, during the phone conversations you had with your brother during that time, did you
He liked nice food. Yeah. I saw him wolfing down those cold chicken nuggets like they were made of gold. He was like, oh, barbecue sauce. Ah, just breathing it in. He did like nice food.
talk much about your marital problems?
I mean, to be honest, I don't remember, but I'm sure we talked about it.
Is it fair to say during the year or so leading up to Mr. Markel's murder that your brother did not like him?
I think that's fair to say.
Did your brother joke about hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
He did make that joke.
Is it fair to say that your nose looks like it was cut off a camel and stuck onto your face?
What was the joke specifically?
I think that's fair to say.
My brother had bought me a TV as a divorce present, and he would make the joke that the TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Did you ever
I'm surprised they haven't started to drift away from the terminology of the divorce present. Apparently that is a thing. It's not anything I or any, sensible human being has ever heard of, but it is a thing. But, it's ridiculed so much. I'm surprised she hasn't just, adapted and reworded that into, well, when I got divorced, I had to leave so quickly that I didn't have anything in the house. So my family helped me with a few, my mom got me a toaster, and my dad was like, well, I'm going to get you toilet brushes. No daughter of mine is going to live in a house without toilet brushes. How many bathrooms do you have? 3? Okay, 3 toilet brushes coming up. And Charlie was like, hey, I love TV. You love TV. The kids, you gotta have a TV. I'm surprised they just haven't gotten away from this. My brother bought me a TV as a divorce present because it's just been ridiculed so much. And I still, even though it is something that exists, I still think it's weird as fuck. Apparently, what would be a regular divorce present is something ironic, right? Like, what was the stuff that came up? Examples of a divorce present. Self-care sentimental gifts, spa certificates, self-care boxes, charm necklaces, humorous items like I'm done necklaces or funny mugs. Hey, you can pick those up at the True Crime Metrix merchandise store, link in the description. Maybe we should have a range of divorce present products. What do you think about that? Anyone getting divorced? I know at least one person, but I probably shouldn't say.
tell Jeffrey LACASSE about that joke?
I may have mentioned that joke to Jeff LACASSE.
Who is that?
Jeff LACASSE was someone that I dated after Danny and I got divorced.
Had he met your parents?
I think he may have met them once, but
Did
not
you-
in any kind of formal way. Just my parents were visiting and he might have said hi, something like that.
Did your parents express any opinion about him, whether they liked him or not?
I don't remember them really taking notice of him.
Do you remember sending a text back on May 28th of 2014 that saying, quote, my parents are not into him, referring to Jeff?
I don't remember sending that text.
Yeah. My mother didn't actually mistook him for the gardener. She walked up to my house and then said, hey, can you roll these garbage bins down the hill, please? I can't park my car on the driveway. Isn't that part of your tasks? Wendy, you need to get a new gardener. This guy, he's a little slow. Oh, this is Jeff.
On the morning of the murder, did you have an appointment at your residence on Aqua Ridge?
I did.
What was the nature of that appointment?
I had an appointment with the Geek Squad. There were some vertical lines on the TV. I didn't know if maybe one of my kids had tapped it or touched it, but it wasn't working. And so I had an appointment, and they were scheduled to come sometime between 8 and 12.
And was that the TV that was the same TV that your brother joked he got you as a divorce present because
It
it was
was.
cheaper than hiring a hitman?
Yes.
Okay. And on the morning of the murder, did your mom text you about the TV repair guy being on the way or coming to your house?
She did. I didn't buy the TV, and the TV had an insurance policy that came with the Geek Squad help. So I think they reached out to her first, and then she let me know that they were coming.
The TV was under warranty, right?
I believe so.
But the damage that
Wendy, what do you buy for yourself that some, company isn't providing you, or your family aren't providing for you, or some man isn't providing? I mean, what does she actually buy for herself? Apart from these disgusting, awful clothes. Not a day of beauty, that's for sure. I think her last day of beauty was during the Johnson administration.
you had was not covered by the warranty, was it?
I don't think so.
Okay, and do you recall how long the TV repairman was at your house?
I don't. It was a reasonable amount of time, so maybe an hour or so.
And why did it take an hour to determine that the TV couldn't be repaired or was not under warranty?
I don't know. I don't know a lot about AV equipment.
And the TV repair...
AV equipment? Is that what it is when it's in your living room? Be careful of my AV equipment, please.
guy, well, I guess I should ask, were you upset, crying and upset during the time that the TV repairman was there?
I don't think so.
Were you particularly upset about...
Oh, hey, Derek, thanks so much for the 5 cups of coffee, man. Much appreciated. And I gotta get these notifications on. Why is that not happening? Okay, thank you, Derek. Big love, man.
the TV, the fact that the TV couldn't be repaired?
I don't think so.
Okay, so the TV guy, to your recollection, didn't actually do anything. He didn't fix the TV, he didn't take it away, he didn't bring you a new one.
No. He was trying to fix it. I mean, I think he was trying to assess what the problem was and if it could be fixed, but it wasn't taken away.
The problem was like an impact to the screen, right?
It seemed to be that, yeah.
Did you go to a dinner after the murder of Dan Markel in which you vomited at the table?
It was several weeks until I felt ready to leave my apartment. I was very, very scared.
Your apartment?
You did that happen?
It did happen.
Okay, and that was in a restaurant, right?
Mm-hmm. It was at a restaurant.
Who was present at that dinner?
It was my brother and me.
And where was the dinner?
It
South
was
Florida or here? Or
It was
somewhere
South
else?
Florida.
Okay, and you said it was several weeks after the murder?
I believe so.
Had you ever heard Charlie, your brother, refer to that dinner as a celebratory dinner?
Only in previous trials, but never to me personally.
Did you hear him say it the night that you had the dinner or after that,
No,
that you threw up at the celebration?
no.
Do you know Catherine Magbanoa?
I met her on 2 occasions.
Okay, do you have an independent friendship with her, or did you just meet her through your brother?
I just met her through my brother.
Who was she to Charlie?
She was a person that he had dated.
Was she a serious girlfriend?
I didn't think so.
Did he have a lot of girlfriends that kind of came and went?
He had a lot of girlfriends, and they all looked somewhat similar.
Okay, just give me a second. They all look somewhat similar, yeah. Petite, Asian. So we gotta put this thing here, and then we put the red wire with the blue wire. And why is that not working? Advanced settings. Right center. It should be working. But it's not. Why not? Okay, I'll fix it.
I'm gonna show you what's, one moment, Your Honors. marked as 35. Do you recognize States 35?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a visit. I went to the beach with Catherine and a friend of hers for about an hour.
Catherine Magdanoa?
Yes.
All right, and when was this photograph taken?
It was Father's Day weekend of June 2014.
So just about a month before the murder?
Yes.
And was this the first time you'd ever met Catherine Magdanoa?
It was the second time. The first time was at a dinner with my brother and with Jeff LACASSE when I was running an alternative spring break. I came down to visit.
Is that the dinner at Yardbird?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get back to that. So this was the second meeting?
Yes.
All right, Judge, move to introduce State's Exhibit 35.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 35 is admitted.
Publishing States 35. Which one is Catherine Magdanoa?
She's on the left with the white top.
Okay, and that's you in the center there?
That's me in the middle.
And this photograph, was it taken near your parents' residence in
It
South
was.
Beach?
Very close.
During that trip, were there any conversations with Catherine Magdanoa or your brother or your mother about the murder?
No.
Is Catherine Magdanoa the girlfriend that your brother had in this time frame leading up to the murder?
I believe so, but he had multiple girlfriends, so I don't know if she was the only one.
Okay, but that's definitely the one that you interacted with the month before.
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything stand out to you about this particular girl as being, you know, the one or special or different from the parade of girlfriends that
No.
Charlie had? Did your brother have girlfriends after this woman, Magdanoa?
Yes.
Okay, including, do you remember a Whitney?
I do remember Whitney.
And then there was June Mchinda,
Yes, I remember June.
a June Co, I think.
I remember Junko.
Okay. Prior to Dan Markel's murder, was this image taken at your trip to South Beach that was most recent before the murder?
No,
So you went down another time between this trip and the murder.
I did. I went down for my dad's birthday.
And when was that?
It would have been, his birthday was on July 5th. And so I was down, I don't remember the exact amount of time, but maybe 7 or 10 days over July 4th. And for his.
Okay, one more test. Have I done it?
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Make it a little bigger. Boom. Everybody support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Okay.
His birthday and then went back to Tallahassee.
Did you run into Catherine Magdanoa at all on that trip?
I don't think so.
Any discussion with any members of your family about the murder on that trip?
No,
It was your dad's 70th birthday, right?
it was.
And was there a party?
We had a party.
Okay. Was that friends, family, both?
It was friends and
Were the gourmet swingers in attendance? I bet they all were, weren't they? Touching each other's chests and, you know.
family.
And I think, is this the trip that we were talking about earlier where your parents had come to Tallahassee to fetch you and take you down south?
Yes.
Chauncey says, do you guys think she practiced her little hair flips, doe eyes, facial expressions, and saying, I don't remember that, but I might have in the mirror before her testimony? Absolutely. I not only practice, I think she's had trained coaching. You know, she's had the works. Her team is not just her and a lawyer sitting down in a room. They're going through, you know, analysis, tests, probably recordings, dry runs. What do you call it? Not role play, but what do you call it? You know, like acting it out properly. That they will have someone on their team that is pretending to be Geogia Cappleman, and they will have crafted a direct examination as close as they can to what they predict the questions would be that Georgia is going to ask, and in Georgia's style, possibly wearing the wig. We do have to add a goal to tonight's show. Please do help support our goal to obtain this wonderful wig, Geogia Cappleman style. We got close yesterday, but we didn't quite get all the way. It's $100, and I think we need it for the Metrix studio. We're going to do great things with the Geogia Cappleman wig. I think it's going to become a theme way outside me, and thousands of these babies are about to be sold. But we want to be first in line, okay? I will create a goal on the channel. Please support the wig goal. But yeah, Chancey, the amount of practicing. But I think on this, the hair flips that you speak of, to me that's emulating June Umchinda. Does no one else feel like she's trying to be June? And I wonder, because June is a character where people are quite, in general, I think people are quite warm to June, and people also really get the feel that she did not know what the fuck is going on. Okay? Contrary to Wendy's previous 3 testimonies, where she's not likable and people think she was, in the know, involved. So that's the antithesis of the June Umchinda archetypal character, right? So quite possibly her legal team have looked at June and gone, this person is likable and obviously doesn't know fuck all. We need you to pretend to be June, or at least get some of those characteristics flowing. Whatever recipe June Umchinda is putting out, you need to pick up on it. Hair flicks, and less aggression. June's not aggressive at all. So thanks for pointing that out, Chancey. I was thinking that earlier, but you found a way to bring it out of me.
Was there any discussion on that trip about any other relocation strategies?
I don't have any memory of that.
Like bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those things?
It had been, I think, about a year since
Those were first broached.
Right, but I'm just saying by that time it was the summer of 2014. I don't remember any kind of conversation like that.
Okay. Was there any discussion on that trip of the pending motion that included precluding your mom from having unsupervised visits with your boys?
No.
Do you remember?
My friend Schmieder is having some trouble with the gourmet swingers. How do we explain it, Michelle? The gourmet swingers are the friends of Donna and Harvey that testified. We heard from 3 of them, I think. I forget their names. was it Richardson? I don't know. I don't remember their names. They were the first people in her case in chief, in the defense case in chief, to testify, and they just seemed a little bit too close. They started saying things like, the chemistry was there. We would go away on trips, and like we were a member of these clubs, and suddenly we just said, how close are they? Are they wife swapping? That sort of thing. So now they're the gourmet swingers.
For the time frame that the repairman was at your house on the morning of the murder?
I remember more or less. I feel like he came, he was supposed to come sometime between 8 and 12, and he came on the early side. Because I just remember being surprised and trying to get dressed really fast.
Okay, and Dan Markel was killed between 8 and 12, right? We
He
know
was.
that now. Who paid the repairman that came to your house?
I think he was under contract, so I don't have a strong memory of that, but I don't remember paying him. It's possible that I did.
Can anyone, I don't know because we don't have Best Buy, but I find it kind of difficult to imagine paying a Geek Squad guy in cash or any other method. Surely there would just be an invoice and you would, it'd either be under warranty or you'd pay over the phone or something. I don't know. It's not 1980. You don't have a TV repair guy come out, pay him in cash.
I'm going to ask you a few more questions about Mr. LACASSE. You said you might have mentioned the joke to him about TV's cheaper than a hitman. Did you ever use the term TV as code for the murder in any context?
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that, other than the recordings in this case?
No.
So she didn't talk to you about the TV?
No.
Did you see Mr. LACASSE, and you said that was somebody that you had been dating around the time of the murder, is that right?
We had broken up just before that week that Danny was killed.
All right. Did you have an occasion to see him on July 13th of 2014, so just about a week before the murder at your residence?
I don't remember him being at my residence, but I do remember seeing him around that time.
Okay. And on July 13th, 2014, do you remember asking to share something in confidence with Mr. LACASSE?
I don't remember doing that.
Did you tell Mr. LACASSE in the context of, if something were to happen to Danny, I could move back to Miami? Did you tell LACASSE that regarding the relocation battle in the summer of 2013, Charlie had, seriously, not as a joke, explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman?
I did not have that conversation with Jeff LACASSE.
And I think you said the week before, but wasn't it actually about, I think it was 4 days before the murder, you sent an email to Mr. LACASSE? Do you remember that email, bump in the road?
I remember telling him I didn't want to have contact with him anymore. I don't remember exactly what date I sent it, but whatever date Sunday or Monday of that week would have been around when I sent it.
It was July 13th.
Does this
Or
refresh your
14th.
memory at all?
It does.
Okay. And
Maybe
so you
14th.
weren't officially breaking up with him so much as asking for a certain period of time without contact, is that right?
That sounds right.
Okay, and then your plan was to reach back out to him and figure things out one way or the other?
I mean, I think I was breaking up with him, but I have a strong aversion to conflict, so this was probably my way of not breaking up with him without breaking up with him.
Let's read the text to Dan Markel when he asked if he could take the boys swimming. You're swimming. No! I am picking up the boys at 4:30. Your swimming idea is a no-go.
With them.
Okay.
Skyping is intrusive. Skyping is a no-go.
And I want to go back to the day of the murder. We know about the TV repairman left about, did you say about 9?
The truth is I don't really remember, but something like 9 or 10.
Definitely before 10 or by 10?
Yes, that's my best memory.
All right, where did you go?
Sassy cat. No. Look, you're going to join up with Christina here. It's a logistical transfer, There's a bus coming up from Lowell to Leon County to take some other prisoners, and Katie's going to be getting on that bus. That's why Katie was transferred from Wakulla to Leon County. There's no Katie going to the grand jury. What is she going to say? She has no knowledge of Wendy's involvement. Plus, she's a sketchy witness anyway. Bringing her into the grand jury could actually weaken the state's case to seek indictment. That's not how they're going to get an indictment from the grand jury. It's just like, instead of the bus that's already scheduled to go from Lowell to Leon County, pick up some prisoners from there, and then back to Lowell, it's easier to just keep that bus on schedule and then quickly transfer Katie McBanower to Leon County to get on that bus, rather than have that bus go to Leon, over to Wakulla, and then back to Lowell. That's all it is.
After the TV, where was the next place you went after the TV repairman left?
So I was home, I think, for a couple of hours first. I was doing a little bit of work. I was talking to some friends. I think I ate breakfast. And then I left probably close to noon or a little bit after noon. I was meeting.
What did you eat for breakfast, Wendy? The mashed up brains of baby squirrels, or whatever you fucking evil people eat?
Few friends who I would frequently meet on a Friday to have lunch with, and so I went to run a few quick errands and then meet them for lunch.
And on your way to meet the friends, did you have an occasion to go down Trescott?
I was trying to turn down Trescott. That's where I used to turn and take just the road I was used to, but there was yellow tape up, and so when I tried to turn, I couldn't turn, so I made a 3-point turn and kept going on Centerville.
And so you encountered a police roadblock at that location?
Yes.
Okay, couldn't go any further because there was a police car and some yellow tape, right?
Right.
And that was, you were able to see that from the intersection there, or you actually turned onto Trescott?
I tried to turn, and then I couldn't go through, so I turned around and kept going.
How far down Trescott did you proceed before you turned around?
Just until the tape.
Okay. Which one of you or your ex-husband had the kids the night before he was killed?
The night before, they were with Danny.
All right, so it was his responsibility to take them to preschool that morning?
Yes.
Who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
I was supposed to pick them up.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your children that morning before you encountered the roadblock?
I hadn't talked to the boys
Fucking
because
bro.
it would have been,
Fuck up where the
I wouldn't have talked to them,
with me.
They didn't have.
Hey, Tamer Nagel, thanks for the coffee. And Tamer has a message. What does Tamer say? Tamer says, T-shirt idea, True Crime Metrix groupie with your website linked on the front pocket. Yeah. I got to get the website back. I couldn't pay for that server. But yeah, True Crime Metrix groupie. Pimp Metrix. Awesome. Yeah, okay, let's write it down. I mean, maybe groupies should have that made for themselves. What does it say about me if I sell that? You know, it's like, does that make me look like an egomaniac? Probably. Well, maybe that's what I am. I don't know. I'll write it down anyway. We'll give it some thought. True Crime Metrix groupie. Awesome. Thank you for the coffee, Damon.
Cell phones, they were little, so I only would have spoken to them if I had gone to the preschool and seen them, but I didn't do that. So I hadn't talked to the boys. I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question?
How about Dan? Did you speak to him that morning?
We didn't. We had plans to talk. We had traded some text messages and emails, and then I called him and he didn't pick up, and that was the last contact.
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No.
Did you attempt to call your kid's daycare after encountering the roadblock?
No.
Did you notify anyone?
Uh-oh, I think Sassy Cat's baiting me now. You are baiting me, right? I'm not rising to it, Sassy. Metrix, they talked at the beach. No. just no.
That you observed the roadblock?
I was talking on the phone at the time, so I may have said,
Oh, you actually think that? Okay, well, that didn't happen. I mean, we have proof. So, I mean, I could present it to you, but then we're gonna get sidetracked from the show. But yeah, there's zero Katie knowledge about Wendy. There's no connection between them whatsoever. Wendy didn't know it was Katie doing it.
to the person I was talking to, oh, I'm trying to drive, but I have to turn around, hold on.
Okay, that was probably a bad question. Did you attempt to investigate in any way or ask anyone what the roadblock was about?
I wasn't concerned about the roadblock.
Was Mr. Markel scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed?
I don't remember if he was scheduled to leave town on Friday afternoon or on Saturday morning, but I know that he would go to New York every time he had a chance, and I think that was where he was going. But I don't know when he was leaving.
Okay, if you'll take a look at, not the binder we've been using, but the other binder, should have your law enforcement interview on the front.
Okay.
And I would just ask you to review page 159, lines 10 and 11. I think it's the very, are you able to find it?
Sorry, he had plans to be out of town. He was leaving on Saturday.
Okay.
So it looks like I knew that he was leaving Saturday.
All right, and you knew he was planning to go to New York?
Yes.
Okay, do you know how, if the killers knew that...
Okay. Tamer says, somebody needs to raise my one pitiful coffee. Hey, each coffee is as good as the next, you know? Especially, look at this. We got 6,000 subscribers now. If every one of them bought one coffee, we could afford Geogia Cappleman's actual hair. We wouldn't need a wig. You know?
he was leaving town the next day, do you know how that information got to them?
I don't.
Did your brother Charlie know that information?
I don't
To your
know if
knowledge.
I don't know if he knew that information.
Did your mother know that information?
My mom usually knew our schedule, so she probably would have known that I was going to have the boys. I don't know if that means she knew he was going to be out of town, but she would have known that I had the boys.
And didn't your mom keep meticulous track of every time that Dan went out of town?
Maybe just in the sense that if Danny was out of town, she thought maybe I needed extra help or something. So yes, probably.
And when that became an issue in the divorce, she was able to send you a record going all the way back to 2010, a couple of years of every single date he was out of town. Do you remember that email?
My mom never switched over to like a Google Calendar, so she would keep very meticulous, like a calendar of all the things she had to do, and so that was just her way of keeping track of everything, not just this, but every part of life.
She's very detail oriented,
Yes.
even regarding things that aren't necessarily her business, or do you think that Dan's travel plans were somehow her business?
I think only to
Fucking
the
A,
extent
bro.
that
I'm
it
gonna
impacted
fucking fuck up where
whether
the fuck
I
you
had the
fucking with me.
boys or whether they were coming to visit.
Hey, look, Ryan Patrick Casey just bought a coffee too. I thought it was Ryan Fitzpatrick then for a moment. That would have been great, but you're just as fantastic. Keep the heat on these tools until the only free Adelson is Rob. Yeah, but I really don't think they're going to go for Harvey. And I think, if they went for Harvey today, say he spent 2 years awaiting trial, that'd put him 84 years old when he's on the stand. Real easy to lose your memory at that and be convincing, And the other thing, I think that the prosecution might look at it like it could give Wendy's defense some ammunition to say that this is a witch hunt for the family. They're going after everybody. I'm not too sure about this, but like, it might look stronger for the prosecution to say Harvey's the one that got away. We know he knew, he knew. He was the most careful. He's the oldest, he's the wisest. We didn't try him because we didn't think we could get it. But we've got it with Wendy. That's why we're putting her at trial. It makes it look like they're not just blindly obsessed. The defense team, if they go for both, could say they're blindly obsessed. They just want to get the family. But, if Harvey was younger, like 70 now, I think they would go for him. But to put him on trial at 84, is there enough value in making him live the next year of his life in prison and have that risk giving the defense some ammunition that might prevent Wendy from doing the next 30 years of her life in prison, and whatever it is until she dies in prison? I don't think there's enough value in going after Harvey if it would risk succeeding with Wendy. You know what I'm saying? Why would that be important? Wendy's the one that matters. Harvey's going to be dead in no time. Especially now he's probably just been hanging on to hope. Sometimes when a married couple are old and one of them dies, and the one that didn't die dies the next week, because what's the fucking point anymore? That could happen. Harvey might be dead in no time. We don't know. There's the least evidence against him, and he's old as fuck. Even circumstantial evidence. There's a boatload of that for Wendy. There's less evidence for Harvey than there is for Wendy. Even less. So I just don't think they're going to risk it. And I think it might make them look stronger to not arrest him. I can see Geogia Cappleman shaping up the reasoning for that decision real well and making a strength out of it, rather than handing the defense something that they might make a strength out of. You see what I'm saying? I don't think they're going for Harvey.
Or what that looked like.
Okay. Did Mr. Markel leave you a message on the morning of his murder?
He did.
Okay, and did he indicate on that message that he was going to the gym that morning?
He did.
And specifically, did it tell you he'd be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30?
I don't remember, but that sounds about right.
All right, and would he have given you that much detail because you were planning to try to touch base to talk, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have a conversation.
And was the conversation something about one of the children's schooling?
It was.
Did you talk to your brother Charlie on the morning of the murder?
I did.
And does an 18-minute conversation at 9:30 a.m. that day sound correct?
It does.
Do you remember the nature of that conversation?
I do. I didn't purchase the TV, so I didn't know how much the TV cost. And so I called him to find out if it made more sense to get the TV repaired or buy a new TV, because I didn't know what the delta was there.
Okay. Can you tell the jury one way or the other for sure whether you
Delta.
mentioned Dan Markel's travel plans to Charlie during that 18-minute phone call?
I can't say for sure, but I don't see why I would have brought it up.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I did.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is it's a phone service. It's an app that I use when I talk to people who live in other countries. So it's become very popular. I think I had it at the time. I know I certainly have it now. But it's a device to send.
But it didn't allow for voice calls to be made until when was it? After this, I don't remember if it was 2015 or 2016, but there were no calls on WhatsApp at the time of the murder, apparently. It was just text messaging or picture messaging. No calls.
Messages.
During the time frame that we're talking about, which is around the time of the murder, did you communicate with any of your family members through WhatsApp?
I don't remember using WhatsApp unless they were traveling internationally, because it's a way of making free calls or free texts when at that.
Just a question. Do you think Geogia Cappleman always looks this good? Or, well, it's not the best freeze frame there, but do you think she always looks this good, or just before trial? Do you think she goes on a rigorous exercise routine, special diet, like, or was she just born to please? I think it's the latter, right?
Using WhatsApp unless they were traveling internationally, because it's a way of making free calls or free texts when at that time making long distance calls on a regular phone would have been very expensive.
Did you ever communicate with Catherine Magbanua through WhatsApp?
I don't remember ever texting her on any platform.
Did you have any other encrypted platforms on your phone at that time?
At that time, I don't think so. I don't know what existed at that time.
Okay. So after you turned around and did not proceed down Trescott, you went, I think, to the liquor store. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. I was invited to a Stock the Bar party.
Hey, check this out. Tamer Nagel says random, but my grandfather, who I am really close to, is 94 years old. Wow. And he's very wealthy, and his 28-year-old housekeeper just married him, and she is isolating him and convincing him not to talk to us. Wow, that's terrible. Fucking hell, but what a thing. What a crazy thing that is. I don't know what to say. That I just, yeah. Yeah, sorry to hear it.
For that night for a friend's daughter. And so they asked for a specific type of bourbon. I'm not a bourbon drinker, so I went to the liquor store and I showed them the invitation, which was shaped like the kind of bourbon they wanted us to buy, and asked if they had that, and they did, and I bought it.
Shaped.
All right, and that type of bourbon,
The invitation was shaped like the kind of bourbon you wanted to buy. Let's pull that up. Where is it? It's in our images file. Adelson's. I actually never noticed this, but the writing is in a bottle shape, but not a bullet bourbon. Bullet bourbon has a very distinctive. I never noticed that the writing is in the shape of a bottle, but it's not a bullet bourbon bottle. We all know what that looks like. It's a really iconic bottle. And that's not it. That's just a bottle of wine. Could you bring some gas station wine to my wedding? Anything around $3.99 will be fine. Yeah, if it's just labeled white, get the one that's just labeled white or California red. Something from Echo Falls. Something from what's Sarah Boone's? What's Sarah Boone's bottle called? Oh, come on, someone's got to get it. It's Woodbridge. I'm not sure if it's Woodridge or Woodbridge. I guess it's Woodridge, right? Look at this fake invitation. Help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding by bringing a bottle of bullet bourbon. Uh-huh. Yeah. Not in evidence.
was bullet bourbon.
That's right.
And do you recall the time of that purchase?
I don't, but I see a receipt here at 12:49.
Okay, and does that fit with your memory? You left the house around, I think you said afternoon, proceeded to the scene, encountered the tape, and then went to the liquor store, right?
I proceeded to drive to the liquor.
You see, this is what people do with this case. Did you notice on the receipt it said cashier Ryan? Now some of these channels will make a big thing and say, do you think it was Ryan Fitzpatrick, Charlie's friend that he fell out with, who served Wendy the bullet bourbon? And they'll make a conspiracy out of that. I'm so tired of these people.
Store. I saw tape and turned around. And then I bought the bourbon that they asked for at 12:49, and then I may have gotten gas after that, and then I drove to lunch.
And lunch was where law enforcement came in and encountered you?
That's right.
Okay, and that was where you were having lunch with a couple friends?
That's right.
Did you relocate to South?
Acapella missed it. The text is on something that's similar to the shape of a bottle label. Is that what you're saying? No. Look. The text where it says, "You're invited, so please come on over to a stock the bar couples shower." That text is in the shape of a bottle. If you drew a line around the text, you'd have a bottle shape.
Florida after Mr. Markel's death?
In terms of relocation, I did leave Tallahassee after the funeral, but I took a weekender for both the boys and me and thought I would be back pretty quickly.
Did you come back?
I did come back a few times, but
Just to get things though, right?
Not really to get things. I came back a couple of times to give a talk or to do some work, but
Okay.
or
But
to
what I'm interested in is where were you living after the murder?
I wasn't living in Tallahassee.
All right. Did you recall on the trip to South Florida, just within 48 hours of the shooting, getting a call from Craig Isom?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened with that call?
I talked to him for a while. He mentioned that he might want to have DNA samples of the kids. We were already halfway down. We'd been in the car for about 4 hours with the boys.
Who's
and
the we in that sentence?
I was with my parents
Okay.
and the kids.
Yep.
We talked, the call broke up, and he never followed up.
Was it like a you're breaking up?
I told him I was having a hard time hearing.
But were you faking that or?
Woodford Reserve doesn't actually look half bad. I just looked it up. If that's what you got, well, enjoy it.
Was it really breaking
I
up?
was not faking that.
And did you send your lawyer to him after that, shortly after that?
I told him he could talk to my lawyer. He never followed up.
Were you happy to be out of Tallahassee when you were able to return to South Florida?
No, I was not happy.
Did you send a text message on January 1st of 2016 that's contrary to that?
I told him, talk to my lawyer. He never followed up. You can't count on this guy for anything. No, let's tell that how it is, right? She left, fucking tires screeching, wrecking the driveway, fucking screaming out the window as she's driving away, talk to my lawyer! And Dan, like, let it cool down. Just thought, okay, I'm not going to jump and talk to her lawyer. Let's just let her fucking burn off the steam, and we'll talk later. You know, everything this guy did that was beyond reasonable. You know, reasonable is not bashing her head in with a bat. That's reasonable. Dan went the extra mile. You know, everything that he did that was reasonable, she turns around like, I told him he could talk to my lawyer. He never even followed up. Can you believe this guy? Never even followed up. He doesn't care. He's not committed.
At that point, it would have been a year and a half after I'd been living somewhere else. So I don't know what text message you're referring to, but
But at that point, you were happy to be out of Tallahassee?
it's not a question of happy to be out of Tallahassee. I was trying to build a new life for myself. And
Janine Michelle says, IMO. Wendy over-explains everything. Another red flag. Yeah, well, it's more like she reshapes everything, recontextualizes everything. Because if she just answers the prosecutor's questions in the most direct way, you know, yes, no, I think it was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, whatever it is, just answers the fucking questions. It's the prosecutor that's driving the story. If Wendy says, you know, I'm trying to think of an actual example. Charlie has a good example when he's like, George is like, did anyone pull a gun on you? And he's like, nobody pulled a firearm on me. You know, just a little bit of reshaping, but it ends up, it's a grab for control of the narrative, you know.
I didn't feel safe here anymore.
All right, let's take a look at tab 96, please.
96 in the old one or the new one?
The old one, please.
Okay. Okay, I see it, but it says unknown, so I don't know who I'm talking to.
Well, that's not the question. The question is, did you say, so happy I don't live there? And the person says, I bet it's a shithole. Remember that?
I don't remember this, no, but I do see that I said it. I don't know who I'm talking to here, and I,
Would it surprise you to
Well,
learn your...
right now you're talking to the 12 people or 14 with the alternates that live in that shithole and that love that shithole and call it home. This is such a great element of the case. All of them. Well, it was a bit different before we had Adelsons on trial because, you know, Louis and Sigfredo and Katie, they didn't know anything about Tallahassee. They're Miami, you know. But ever since the Adelsons have come in, it's like, did you refer to this town as a shithole? You know, and the people that decide are all like born and bred, you know.
Or speaking to your brother, Charlie Adelson.
I don't know if it would surprise me. So, no.
Okay, Judge, may we approach it this time?
Is Metrix in a big castle over there in England? I'm in Portugal, sassy cat. And all the floors are tile. Tile everywhere, hard room. I gotta put something on the walls. Maybe I should get a rug. Who thinks we should get a big rug? Would that be a good idea? I need to look into this, because when we were living in the van with wooden walls and blankets everywhere, the sound has never been as good as that, you know? That was like the perfect acoustic environment to do a live stream. Anyone who's not living in a van doing live streaming, give up your house. It's way better. I'll Google it. Or who's our audio expert? Acapella's pretty good. Unless Derek's gone or still here.
You may continue with your examination.
That was just a sidebar that I cut out. You see how good I am for you people? Support the channel, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Hey,
Did you
KLK.
change your children's...
KLK rejoined the Patreon today. Everybody join Patreon. Fantastic Patreon. I have actually found a plan that makes sense to me to do members only content. And all you people that just want it all for free are gonna hate me. But, you know, your opinion means less. So, you know, I'll listen to the people that like to become members.
names after Dan Markel was killed?
About a year after I did.
In what way did you change their names?
I changed their last name and I changed my older son's middle name.
And you changed their last name from Markel to what?
To mine.
Adelson.
Mm-hmm.
Laura Newman says, wait, if the invite specifically mentioned Bullet Bourbon, why would Wendy have to ask the liquor store person for the brand that was shaped like the invite? The brand would have been obvious. Yeah, and you know what? I mean, she didn't even buy Bullet Bourbon. She bought Bullet Rye. Bourbon is the orange label, rye is the green label. Same shape bottle. I mean, the bottle's not the right shape. And by the way, that invitation was created like way after all of this. You know, that invitation that we just looked at, it's fake, right? There's all sorts of things. This whole conversation she had about fucking bourbon with the clerk and so on and so on, and which one, and da, 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 da. It's all on record. It's all on record.
I'm going to start by asking you about this email dated July 3rd, 2014. What is this?
This is the, it looks like an electronic invitation for my dad's 70th birthday.
An Evite, right?
Yes.
And who sent the invitation to you?
Well, it looks like it's through the postmark.
I mean, who sent the party invitations out?
I don't remember if I helped with the Evite or if my mom did it. So I don't know if I sent it to myself or if it's from my mom.
Would you have sent it to yourself?
I'm a little better with tech stuff than my parents, so I might have helped them put together an Evite.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Who does it say is the host?
What are we talking about? An Evite for what? I'm trying to catch up with the chat. It's overwhelming. But that's great.
Host of the party.
Oh, my mom's the host.
Oh, the
I just,
birthday.
you asked who
Okay.
sent the email, and I didn't remember. But my mom is the host of the party for my
Okay.
dad.
And to whom is the party invitation sent?
It's sent to me and my two children.
Okay. And this was sent on July 3rd, 2014, before the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then back up just a little bit here. This email, do you recognize this one? Are you able to read it okay on your screen?
I can read it okay.
All right. Who sent this email?
This is from, it says my mom, but it says Harvey Adelson. So again, I don't know which parent it's from.
Okay. If it was from Harvey Adelson, would he say Lincoln is going to be attending Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson?
I mean, it seems more likely somebody else would have written with his grandpa, but I don't know. I kind of write those things sometimes, like Lincoln will attend something with his mom and say my name. I know it's awkward to say it in the third person, but I don't think it's impossible.
Okay. But this reference to Lincoln Adelson did happen prior to the legal name change, correct?
Yes. No. I from the beginning, I was scared when I put them in school, and so I didn't legally change their name until a year after, but I was socially using my name for them.
And did that start as soon as their dad was killed?
Yeah, because it takes a while to do the forms, I would imagine, right? I don't know that, but I would imagine that changing a name is more complicated than just going down to City Hall for an hour.
No, it started when I had to register them for school.
Okay. And your mom helped with the registrations as well, didn't she?
I think I did the registrations myself.
What about here for flag football? Did your mom assist with that?
It looks like she did. There were some after-school activities.
Okay, and she registered your child under the last name Adelson, right?
Yes.
Where was Dan Markel buried?
In Toronto.
Were you or your children in attendance at his funeral?
No.
Yeah. For what?
When was the last time you spoke to your mother, Donna Adelson, as we sit here today?
November of 2023.
Okay, and so she hasn't given.
Goal created in the top of the chat, guys. Come on, let's reach that goal. Let's get that wig. Let's get that Geogia Cappleman wig. We're almost there. We've got a couple more to go. Get that fucking wig. Support the channel, support the gold, support the wig.
Given you any information or advice about how to testify in court? Has
No,
she?
ma'am. No.
What about, you did offer testimony in November of 2023 as well, right, on a related case?
Yes,
Okay,
October.
And did your mom, when you spoke to her in November of 2023, offer you any advice or thoughts about how you should act or behave or what you should say in court?
Yes,
She did.
she did.
And what was that?
I can't tell you I remember exactly, but she was hoping I would be supportive of my brother.
Okay.
Supportive of your brother. Well, hey, Julie A was just supportive to us on PayPal. Thank you, Julie A, for the support on PayPal.
And do you know what her thoughts were afterwards?
I do.
Okay, and what were they?
She was devastated.
She didn't feel you were supportive.
No.
What tipped her off? That email? I know that you were disappointed with the verdict, but I am not guilty. Because I had nothing to do with Danny's death, and I am not guilty in any way. So I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. Do not contact me about the case. If you have anything to say about the case, please go through our attorneys. What, like that kind of not helpful?
Were you in any way involved in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
No.
Did you maybe know it was going to happen but not know the details?
See, years ago she would have said, there was no plot to kill him. I heard something this morning. It was Magbanua. Magbanua told a Latin king about the $1 million offer, and then they planned to go and kill the guy that we hated so that they could come back and threaten us and take our money. Yeah, okay, great.
I did not know it was going to happen, and I did not know any details.
Did you provide any information, even unknowingly in hindsight, that you think could have been used to assist the murderers?
I don't think so. I didn't provide any information.
What information do you have regarding your mother's involvement in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
I don't have information.
I know nothing.
But you
I
do
know
admit
nothing.
that your brother said he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel.
I don't. I admit that my brother made a tasteless joke repeatedly about buying me a TV because it was cheaper than...
Imagine if she'd have slipped there and said yes, huh? That would have been great. Hey, CD Lite is a brand new exclusive Metrix package member. Well, ain't that swell? Thank you so much for becoming a member, CD Lite.
hiring a hitman.
But then someone did hire a hitman who did kill Dan Markel, right?
Yes, that happened.
Was part of the plot to kill your ex for you to have plausible deniability or to know very little about it?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Were you shielded from the plot because, I don't know, you couldn't be trusted to keep a secret?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Why did you tell investigator Isom in your law enforcement interview that you were worried the police, or you were worried, I guess, in the police car on the way to be interviewed, that you might be considered a suspect?
Because I couldn't think of anything bad going on in his life other than the divorce. And frequently the ex-wife is a suspect.
Were you
Ritz says, I hope to God that her boys get their last name back and are reunited with their grandparents. Well, you know, we were all hoping that 6 years ago. It might be a little late. I think it is too late, you know. Those boys are brainwashed, and I'm going to have some proof to show you about that soon. They don't care about any of this. You know what they care about now? Basketball, cars, girls. The last thing they want to do is be dragged up to live in Toronto at this stage of their lives. They're chasing skirt. They were wearing real nice sneakers, you know, and they don't care about any of this. They're completely brainwashed. Even when Wendy goes down, there's not going to be that recognition, probably for the next 20 years. At this stage of their cerebral development, it's beyond the pale. Maybe mid to late 30s, they'll come to their senses. Unfortunately, Ruth and Phil will be dead by then. It is hopeful that they will at least visit their dad's grave. That's what Ruth Markel said in the what do you call it? Post verdict interview. But you know, before you know it, they'll be going off to college, focusing on all that and all that goes with it. I think Ruth and Phil are going to put their own needs for, what do you call it, reconciliation. Is that the right word? Reconciliation? Aside, to just let them be on their path, which is noble. Yeah, unfortunately, this mess is taken too long to sort out. If it had been tied up in 2019, when the boys were still 10 and 8, different story, right? Then they probably would have moved to Toronto and grown up with decent people that could teach them values and all sorts of stuff. But you know, everything that we've seen in Charlie Adelson, every single thing that makes up his personality, the arrogance, the hubris, the cheating, the usury, the surface level depth of how to value people or things or anything in life. All of the upbringing that went into that recipe to make Charlie Adelson. The Markel boys have had exactly the same influence. Their only saving grace in comparison to Charlie, which might make their odds a little better, is a genetic predisposition from the Markel side of their blood, right? But that's just a predisposition. The influence, the upbringing. We've got a pretty good idea of Charlie's upbringing. Could never do any wrong, was never consequenced, turned into a fucking selfish asshole. It's sad to say that the Markel boys, you know, have been raised in exactly the same way as that. So you can get a pretty good idea of the outcome, right? So I know that everyone loves to harbor this fantasy that the boys will be rescued from this horrible family and they'll be taken to live with the Markels. But in reality, you know, it's probably not on the cards. And I think Ruth and Phil understand that. And probably have made peace with it, whatever it needs to be, right? Whatever it needs to be. So that's my comment on that, Ritz. But thank you for your own. Hey, thank you so much to Chauncey. I have a brother that makes tasteless jokes all of the time. He is just like Charlie. Yeah, I hear that from people somewhat often. Matt Mello. Thank you for the super duper chat. $50. Thank you so much, Matt. The super sticker. Great. And there was another one. There was another one from PJ McNeil. Thank you for all that you're doing. You're welcome, PJ McNeil. Thank you for the super chat also. Great stuff, guys. Great support.
You treated as a suspect,
I was not.
but you mentioned 9 times in your law enforcement interview being a suspect. Didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you were approached at the restaurant, you weren't yet told that this was a shooting, were you?
I was not.
You were only told something happened with your ex-husband.
I don't even know if I was told that. I was very scared something happened to my kids, and that's why law enforcement was there, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on.
But they did reassure you that the kids were fine. You remember
They told me
that?
that law enforcement officers were with the children, which terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police.
Or maybe they were dealing crack at the fucking creative preschool. Dealing crack in the sandbox.
Car.
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
Okay. So that,
Oh, yeah?
you learned that information.
We might have to take a break and bring up some direct comparison there. Let's see if I can find it real quickly on our channel page. Give me a second here. They told me in the car, right? Okay, they told me in the car. We'll play it again in a moment, but just let me see if I can find this. Where is our... Oh, did I remove it? I think I removed it. Where is it? Well, I can fucking recite it verbatim anyway. I'll just play Isom, okay? Let's just hear it. Oh, too far.
Terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car.
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car they told
In the car, they told me...
you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
Okay. So
Right.
that you learned that information.
In the car, they told me that your ex-husband has been shot, because the very first thing that's said when Isom comes into the interview room where Wendy Adelson is already waiting, he sits down and he says, okay, there was a shooting at your ex-husband's house over on Trescott. He has been shot. He's not going to survive. And, you know, we would have to see the original, which I could probably find, but it might take too long, to really get the sense that that is the initial disclosure to what is going on. There's no doubt about it. That was not something that he repeated for the sake of the video camera. That was the information alert. That was the bulletin, right? This is why we're here. That was the reveal, because that's when Wendy broke down into tears. Oh my God, I was just talking to him this morning. Oh. Now she's saying this. I'm going to see if I can find it. I'll let this play. We got to play it direct together.
Prior to getting into the interview room?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember allowing law enforcement to take possession of your computer in that interview?
I told law enforcement to search my phone, search my computer, search my house, search my car. I was trying to be helpful.
Do you remember
Yeah.
saying that it was okay for...
And yeah, I was trying to be helpful. And I'd spent, a year planning this. So I had plenty of time to make sure all of those items had been fully prepped, vetted, sent to Dell, sent to IBM, confirmed to be wiped, untraceable, and I came up with an excuse to say, yeah, I delete all of my text messages as they come in because that's how I make a to-do list. Yeah.
for them to take the computer and keep it even though you had work things on there because you didn't think you would be going back to work?
I remember thinking it wasn't important. I couldn't imagine. My life fell apart.
But
So
you didn't go back to work, did you, at FSU?
I did actually go back, not physically present, but I was still on the FSU payroll until December of that year.
Okay. In that interview with law enforcement, did you suggest that your parents are people who may have been angry enough to kill Dan Markel?
I suggested a lot of people who could have been angry enough to kill Danny.
And were some of the people...
All right, got it. Can I hear it? Hang on.
Went home for it.
They told me in the car. They said there was a shooting.
Do you have your ID with you?
I just listened to my voicemail.
What'd you hear?
I
Who was
just-
your voicemail?
It's from Lisa Carey, who is my real estate agent, or who I had gone with to find a house. She just said she was driving around town and she heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah. That's what this is about. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I already told you that in the car. So, why do you need to hear your voicemail from Lisa Curry? She said there was a shooting? And he's like, yep, that's what this is about.
Sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I'm sorry you had to hear it that way, and I'm sorry you had to hear it in the car, and then hear it again in that way. And now I'm going to tell you. So I'm sorry for all three, right? So oh, God.
It's all right. Just leave it there. Is it still on?
It's right there.
Do you want to just hit play again for me?
Sure.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It was Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know, just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well, and if there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott. All right, 212-3083. Hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
That's all right. You can stop it. Or does it stop automatically?
It's done.
Okay. Do you have your identification with you? So you never took the last name of Markel?
No.
Why the fuck would I do that?
Adelson.
Look at it, hanging on, waiting to be informed.
Wendy with an I. All right. There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home, at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, excuse me, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah, but I already told you that in the car, so why are you crying? I told you in the car, Lisa Curry told you on your voicemail, and now I've told you in the room. Do you want to come to my office and I'll tell you again? Oh. How about if I text it to you? You've had a voicemail, you've been told in the car and in the room. Now you need a text. Should we hear what she said on the stand one more time? How far back was it?
You had work things on there because you didn't think you would be going back to.
Terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement
Yeah,
officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband
Oh shit.
has been shot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that,
They told me that in the car. They said, your ex-husband has been shot. Should we do Ison one more time? Maybe that's too much.
I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry. I didn't know if I should.
It's all right. Just leave it there. Is it still on?
It's right there.
All right, we get the idea, right? She's full of shit. But you know where Georgia was going with that originally was, so you didn't know in the car. And then Wendy said, well, they did tell me in the car. I think George's next question might have been, maybe not on this occasion, but, you know, the line of thinking at least was later in the interview when she says, I couldn't tell when we were in the car if you thought I was a suspect. But she hadn't been told about anything in the car. She had been told that her children are fine and that there's a cop with them. So there's no need to worry about them, and you need to come to the station, to the police department. You know, that's all she'd been told. Suspect about what? When you were in the car. When we were in the car, I couldn't tell if you thought I was a suspect. At that point, where she couldn't tell if she was a suspect, she hadn't even been informed that anything had happened, as we've just seen, right? Wendy's backtracking on that. Georgia's dancing around it like a fucking hawk over a field mouse. You know, it's all happening, isn't it? It's all happening. And people still think they need fucking Katie McBanower to speak to the grand jury. Come on. It's logistical transfer. Christina, have you changed your mind yet? Where's my $5? I should bet everybody. I should bet everybody.
you learned that information prior to getting into the interview room?
Yes.
Kiwi, can we go through your message a little later? I gotta do less interruptions for a little bit, but yeah, it'd be good to go through your message live, and we can talk about the points you raise. Maybe I can offer some friendly counters, and that might be interesting.
Okay.
Man, I need another lemon water. I'll be back in a moment.
Do you remember allowing law enforcement to take possession of your computer in that interview?
I told law enforcement to search my phone, search my computer, search my house, search my car. I was trying to be helpful.
Do you remember saying that it was okay for them to take the computer and keep it even though you had work things on there because you didn't think you would be going back to work?
I remember thinking it wasn't important. I couldn't imagine. My life fell apart.
But
So
you didn't go back to work, did you, at FSU?
I did actually go back, not physically present, but I was still on the FSU payroll until December of that year.
Okay. In that interview with law enforcement, did you suggest that your parents are people who may have been angry enough to kill Dan Markel?
I suggested a lot of people who could have been angry enough to kill Danny.
And were some of the people my parents?
Yes.
But you said in the interview that you didn't think they were capable of it, didn't you?
I did.
If your mom wasn't capable of it, did she have anyone that she could enlist to assist her?
I don't know.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought maybe a crazed friend or a former student.
It's not what you said, though, is it?
I don't remember exactly what I said first.
You said Charlie, right?
If that's what I said, then you have it there, but I don't remember who I listed first.
Okay, can you at least tell the jury you definitely did say Charlie?
Yeah.
People?
I did.
Michelle, I heard that from the kitchen as well. I did actually go back to FSU. Well, not physically present, but I was on the payroll until December. What's that worth? What was she getting in 2014? Law professor. I mean, I don't know. Maybe $8,000 a month. Would that be some American United States salary expert who knows about education in 2014? A law professor at FSU in 2014, monthly salary, $8,000? Would that be more? What do you think? I want an answer on this. Because I really don't know what people get paid. Christina, you should know this one. What would a law professor at FSU in Wendy's position receive per month as their salary? Is $8,000 fair? Is that too low? Is it too high? I can't imagine it'd be much less than that. Anybody? An opinion? Nobody knows. $3,000. That's nothing. In dollars? Metrix, Wendy was earning $140,000 a year. So that's before tax. So what's tax? 30%? So let's do some sums here. I might be fucking bang on. 140,000 divided by 100 times 70. That's her cash income, and divide that number by 12 months. Fucking hell. Look at that. Look at that. 140 grand minus 30% tax gives you her net income, which is $98,000. Divide that by 12 months, 8,166. I don't know. I mean, people are saying it's too high for her position. I don't exactly know what her position was. I mean, she's a professor at a university. 140 grand in dollars. What would that be in pounds? That'd be like 100 grand. I don't know. It sounds fair to me. Maybe not 11 years ago. But I can't believe that 100, I don't know what tax is. Is it 30% in the States? Because if it is, my guess of 8K was just bang on with Christina's numbers. And I love it when that happens. But anyway, let's say it's 8K just for argument's sake, because we've got a figure to work with. So on the payroll till December, so that's July, August, September, October, November, December. 6 times 8 is $46,000. Yeah, I did actually go back to FSU. I mean, not physically present. They just gave me $46,000. You know, for my widow grief. I said, hello, I'm a widow and I'm grief, so $46,000? Oh. Did everyone hear about the GoFundMe that Tamara Dempko set up to raise money for... I'm not exactly sure what the reason was. I don't remember that. It was for something noble about this. You know, it was either for the funeral or the boys or the investigation or the reward or something. Not Tamer Nagel. What's her name? Tamara Dempko. Tamara Dempko set up a GoFundMe and raised I think it was 50 grand or something. And Wendy phoned up the GoFundMe and said, I'm the widow of that deceased, and that means that money belongs to me. I mean, any fucking small change. You know, if you invited Wendy Adelson around your house, you'd have her hands down your sofa cushions looking for fucking quarters, right?
Do you remember saying...
Hang on. Just before we get going, I want to just see what was being said about this chat here. 'Cause some people were like, maybe 8, 9, minus tax. We did minus tax. Metrix, you are right. After tax, she was getting about 8 grand a month. Don't you just love that when that happens, Michelle? Was she full-time? She was full-time. She was just not doing any work. She would always get Tamara Dempko to do her thing. Oh, could you cover for me? The boys. Oh, Danny's being a nightmare. Oh, I'll take you to lunch. Never did. So, plus she got 5,000 a month for the boys. Yeah, $4,800 a month for the boys. Yeah. I mean, People started saying to me the other day that she won't be able to afford John LaRoe. And believe me, they've got some kind of deal between them that's not limited to money, you know. He's in this like family, you know. But she can pay. She could pay any legal defense in the world. She is loaded. You know. And if I were Harvey Adelson, I'd probably be having something to test my rice pudding for antifreeze. You want some rice pudding, Dad? You're not gonna have to put in your teeth, Dad. Come on, it's fresh off the stove, Dad. Don't worry about that blue. That's syrup, Dad. Just a bit of syrup, Dad. Eat up, Dad. Rice pudding.
If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Yes.
And Isom says, regardless of who it is, and do you recall your answer?
I do recall my answer.
What was that?
I think I was hoping it wasn't anyone in my family, and so that idea that it was someone in my family gave me pause.
The best way to protect myself is to not protect them. Done are the days where she's trying to say, oh, I think you've got it wrong. She's literally hanging her mother from a noose right now on the fucking gallows.
All right, but that wasn't your answer, was it?
I don't remember.
I mean, I was hoping that it wasn't anyone in my family, but obviously it was my mom and brother. I mean, that's the subtext to what she just said.
Word for word what I
Okay.
said, but that was my sentiment at the time.
Was your answer for court and counsel, this is law enforcement interview page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Question, regardless of who it is. Answer, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother. Did you call your mom from the interview room at Tallahassee Police Department?
I did.
And did she answer the phone?
She did.
When she answered, did she advise you that your dad was in the shower?
I don't remember whether my dad was in the shower.
You asked her to sit down, do you remember that?
I do.
Right. And by asking her to sit down, would that signify to her that this was going to be something serious you were going to reveal or say?
I was concerned about her age and if she were standing that she could, hurt herself if she fell down.
Okay. And do you recall that?
Hey, we've got 425 people in the chat. I think that's the most we've ever had. So this is a good week, huh? We just had our first video go over 100,000 views. Boing! That's linked in the description if anyone hasn't seen the unredacted interview with Jeff LACASSE. 100,000. Our top video. Plus, today we got our 6,000th or whatever, number 6,000 subscriber, and today also highest concurrent viewers on a chat. Well done, Metrix.
She at that point asked if she could put you on speakerphone.
Why don't we try and break another record, guys? Let's get the highest number of buymeacoffee.com coffees today. Everybody in the chat, buy us a cup of coffee. Just one, right? Just one. Buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Like the video, share, subscribe, leave a comment. And, yeah.
I don't remember, but that sounds plausible.
What was the purpose of putting the phone on speaker, if you know?
I would be guessing, but so my dad could hear too?
But wasn't Dad in the shower, or you don't remember that part?
I don't remember if my dad...
Uh-oh, we just lost 50 viewers. The minute you mention money, they all go running, don't they? Okay.
was in the shower.
Was anyone else there, to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Was Charlie there, to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Did you ask your mom in that telephone conversation to tell Charlie what was going on?
I think I did. I didn't want to make any more phone calls.
And your mom took the news pretty well, didn't she, this phone call?
I wouldn't say she took the news well. I think she was upset.
Did you say something different in your law enforcement interview after you got off the phone with her?
I don't think I did. I don't think I said something like that.
Didn't you say, page 265, line 5 through 6, quote, my mom handled that pretty well?
I may have said that. I can check it. Can you tell me the line again?
Yes, ma'am, page 265, line 5 and 6.
I think that's actually not the line, Georgia. Sarah Latour, the victim advocate, says to Wendy that she handled it really well, and Wendy says about Donna, well, my mom sounded really surprised, so that's at least a good sign. I could be wrong, but do you really believe that I am?
Yes, that's what I said.
And then page 280.
I like that, Kiwi. Even top legal defense against Cappleman at the absolute peak of her career is still up against a huge challenge. Yeah, I agree. And it is beautiful. I mean, in many ways, I mean, Cappleman was fucking amazing in 2019. But we have seen her grow. We've all grown with her. In some ways, we're all family with Geogia Cappleman, which is a fucking honor and a privilege to me. I really want to get a picture of her
Fucking A,
and put
bro.
her on
I'm
my
gonna
wall.
fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Boom! Hillary, thank you so much for the coffee. Only 433 to go. Come on, guys. Buy us a cup of coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Thank you, Hillary.
Line 22 and 23. Did you also say, well, my parents sounded really surprised, so that's at least a relief?
Yes, I see that here.
No further questions.
No further questions. Okay. Whew, wow, I feel like we should have a break before we move on to cross. I mean, I haven't seen this since live in the trial, and I don't remember anything. I mean, I kind of remember it as we go through it, but if you ask me what the cross was like now, I couldn't tell you. So in some ways, it's a fresh watch. Mr. Toad there. Patricia Burns, hello. She can't even see her mom anymore because she's too busy backing the bus over her. Honk. John LaRoe is Wendy's attorney.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Christina, honk. Boom. Thank you so much, Christina. John LaRoe is Wendy's attorney, you know, and he's a seriously high up attorney, you know. He was involved in one way or another with Donald Trump's, what was it now? The
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Michelle, thank you so much, Michelle, for the coffee. Does everyone like our notification? What did she say? Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me. Gangster Katie. Michelle says, I know it's only one, but it's all I can do at the moment. Hey, you do plenty, Michelle, and it's just great to have you here. You bring such fantastic energy to this, Michelle. I just love your enthusiasm. I love your passion. I love the way you talk. I love the way you move. You know, couldn't be happier with you, Michelle, in every possible way. But thank you for the coffee. If all of us just buy one, that can really add up. I will start this chain. Boom. Start the chain.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I represent represent your mother in this case. You've never spoken to me about this case, correct?
I have not.
I guess the best place to start is where you left off with respect to the comments that you made regarding your mother taking it well. When's the last time you listened to that call?
I haven't listened to it. Listened to the call I had with my mom. I've never listened to it.
Well, from the interview room, you've never listened to your interview?
I have read the transcript of my interview, but I never listened to my interview.
You don't recall the shock in your mother's voice when you told her what had happened?
Fucking
I
A,
do
bro.
think she
I'm gonna
was shocked.
fucking
You could
fuck
hear
up
that
where
over
the
the phone,
fuck you
correct?
fucking with me.
Yes.
And thank you, A. Johnson. Thank you, A. Johnson. Oh, no message. Well, anyway. Man, a few words. Or woman, a few words. Adam. Man, a few words. Thank you, Adam.
So many topics were covered, I'm going to have to kind of skip around, okay? Katie Magbanawa, Catherine Magbanawa, I guess people call her Katie. There was a picture of you with her at the beach, and there was another young lady there. You recall that?
I recall the picture, yes.
And that was Father's Day weekend, I guess, of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think your testimony
Fucking
was
A,
that
bro.
really
I'm
you only knew
gonna
her
fucking
with
fuck up where
Charlie.
the
Is
fuck you
that right?
fucking
That's
with
right.
me.
Was Charlie at the beach?
Coffee from Connecticut, huh? Thank you, Christine. Where all the best coffee comes from. I think I'm going to have some flown in.
No.
Your mother wasn't there either, was she?
No.
And then I think you mentioned that you had had a dinner with Katie?
And my brother.
Okay. Was that before you went to the beach?
It was a different time.
Do you recall if it was before then?
It was before,
Okay.
but several months before.
Several months before.
Mhm.
Okay. So if this was Father's Day, when do you think you actually met her for the first time?
I think I met her when I was doing the alternative spring break, so that's usually March or April.
Same year?
Same year.
And the dinner that was mentioned, is that the first place you ever met her?
That's the first place I remember meeting her.
And who all was there?
It was my brother and Katie and Jeff and I. Jeff
Mr.
LACASSE.
I'm sorry, how you pronounce it?
LACASSE.
LACASSE. Okay, so the four of you were there. Your mother was not there.
No.
Why does no one remember how to pronounce his fucking name? We've seen him 3 years running on the stand. He's conducted numerous interviews with the police where he states his name for the record, spells it out, pronounces it. He's in his own medical panel videos that are available online. Everyone's like, well, what is it? LACASSE? These are lawyers. Thanks, Jill Jane.
I want you to, it's been 11 years, so a lot I'm sure has happened to you in the past 11 years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And your memory may not be as good as it was of things that happened back then, now that 11 years has passed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. As best you can, I want you to take yourself out of the year 2025 and go back to the years somewhere like 2010 through 2014 when Mr. Markel was murdered, okay?
Okay.
In that time frame are going to be most of the questions that I ask you.
Okay.
All right. I think you testified you had a brother, Charlie,
Yes.
and you have a brother, Rob.
Yes.
So that was a 5-member family.
Yes.
Okay. And Rob's the oldest.
Yes.
Charlie's the middle.
Yes.
And you're the baby.
Yes.
Okay. And you grew up in a household where, was your mother working when you were younger?
No.
Okay.
Actually, lady, it's little baby lamb.
She stayed home with the kids.
She did.
And at some point she went back into teaching, which is what she had done before she had her first child, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she did that after you were in school, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you all went to school, grade school, high school, you grew up, right?
Yes.
Each one of you went off to college.
Yes.
Each one of you got a postgraduate degree.
Yes.
So you're an attorney.
Yes.
Charlie became a periodontist.
Yes.
Which is someone who does surgery related to dentistry, correct?
Yes.
And then Rob's a doctor as well.
Yes.
And throughout the time that you all were going to college, your parents helped support you,
Yes.
every one of you.
Yes.
And you had a good childhood.
I did.
And your mom took good care of you all.
Yes.
She treated you well.
Yes.
Very kind.
Yes.
Very loving.
Yes.
Very caring towards her
Fucking
family
A,
and
bro.
others.
I'm gonna
Yes.
fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
I think you
Rochelle, is that crime? Is that Rochelle crime? Thank you, Rochelle. Good to see you, man. Tim Hortons, all the way.
once described her as being kind, empathetic, and very
And one of those raisin bagels with butter.
loving and sensitive person. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but that sounds right.
That she radiates positivity.
Yes.
She has a very loving and respectful and fun relationship.
Radiates positivity. Radiate positivity. Dress those kids in Nazi uniforms. Make this jackass fucking miserable. Now I need to go and radiate my positivity, okay?
Relationship with my dad. They are very much in love. Now it's been 54 years.
It has.
You said your mom was completely selfless.
Yes.
That's the
Hey, look,
opposite of selfish.
It's Rochelle Michelle. You guys should have an Italian restaurant called the Rochelle Michelle. La Rochelle Michelle.
It is.
Means she's caring more about others than she does about herself.
Yes, ma'am.
And what she did was for others.
Yes.
Never doing anything for herself.
Correct.
She was invested in your lives.
Yes.
You, and both of your brothers.
Yes.
Okay. You were a close family.
Yes.
And would you say she was a good mother to you?
Yes. Very good mother.
And a very good grandmother as well.
Yes.
When you had your first child, and you needed someone to help out, your mother came.
She did.
And she spent time there.
Yes.
And when the baby was crying in the middle of the night so that you could get some rest, she took care of the baby.
She did.
And she did that for both of your children.
Yes.
Fair to say that your mom has always been there for you when you needed her?
Yes.
For little things and big things.
Yes.
Now, you said that you testified that you left Danny in September of 2012. You recall that?
Yes.
From September of 2012 until March of 2013, your mother actually spent quite a bit of time helping you with the boys in Tallahassee, correct?
She did. Yes.
She would go home and take care of things there, but she would return.
Yes.
So a substantial amount of each month, she was there assisting you with the children.
Yes.
While you were at work, she may take them to school. Is that correct, their daycare?
I don't remember that one, whether I dropped them at school or my mom did, but it's certainly possible that she took them to school.
She might have.
Oh, Schmieder fam is in the house too? That's cool. I was wondering how long it'd be before Scott Sharp got here. Yeah. Welcome, Schmieder fam. I've been Schmieder fam for I don't know, since way back when he was sitting on that piano stool with his cat. His tuxedo cat. What was his name?
Picked them up.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She did some housework, cleaning up around the house.
Yes.
She bought groceries.
Yes.
She cooked.
Yes.
She cleaned.
Yes.
She was there for you because you had just left a marriage where you had a partner helping you, and now you were adjusting to being by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Now, at the time, this time period we're talking about, your mother lived in, where did you say, Coral Springs?
Coral Springs.
And where is that in relation to Miami?
It's Broward County, so it's the county north of Dade County, which is where Miami is.
And Broward County, that's like where Fort Lauderdale is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and their dentist practice that they had that's been referred to, Adelson Institute.
Yes.
That was located in Broward County, correct?
It was, yes.
Not far from where your parents lived.
Yes, in Tamarack, so close to Coral Springs.
Okay. And at some point, they got the place down in Miami, right?
Yes.
So what they were doing was they would work Monday through Thursday and stay at their home in Coral Springs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
then they would go and spend the weekend at the place in Miami. Is that right?
I don't think every weekend, but some weekends.
Some of them. Okay.
Yeah,
And you visited there.
I did.
Hey, Ayla Vanel, let me ask you, if that had really happened, do you really think that you would know before me? You don't know who you're talking to.
Now, when your mother would come up to assist you or just to visit with you and the children and Danny, did she drive typically or fly?
I think sometimes drive, sometimes fly.
Okay, and that's
Most of the time drive, I think.
most of the time drive. And that's almost an 8-hour trip, correct?
It is, yes.
And at the time that this occurred, your mother would have been, when Danny was murdered, she would have been, let's see, 64-ish?
That sounds right.
She's 75 now. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes she would rent cars, is that right?
Yes.
We have people, Ayla. You know, we have people. We have a direct line. We have a direct line. I get the call. It happens, I get the call. You know, someone wants attention.
As opposed to driving her vehicle.
Yes.
Your father came sometimes as well to help out?
Yes.
I want to talk about Mr. Markel for a few minutes. I think you said you met online,
We did.
but you were attracted to him.
Yes.
He was a handsome young man.
Yes.
You're a beautiful young woman.
Thank you.
And you got married.
We did, yes.
And there were times, I mean, we've heard about the divorce, but before the divorce, there were times where you had a happy marriage.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you all enjoyed spending.
Tell them about your nauseating Mr. and Mrs. Bear routine. They would go to a dinner party at some, mutual friend's academic colleague's house and chase each other around their kitchen, around the friend's kitchen, calling each other, "Hello, Mr. Bear. Hello, Mrs. Bear." Please leave. It's like, get out. It was pot roast, but you're not having any.
Time together.
Yes.
The two of you together and with your children.
Yes.
And even your parents who would come up and spend time with you.
Yes.
And your parents actually took you and Danny on vacations, right?
Yes.
There was one trip where they took you out of the country and you went ziplining. Do you remember that?
Yes, we went to Costa Rica.
And after the ziplining is when you told them that you were pregnant.
Look at
correct?
Donna.
I went.
Look at Donna. I think we've got a screenshot of that for tomorrow's thumbnail, whatever that video is going to be. I want a bunch. Remembering the zip wire. Oh, the good times. The good times in Costa Rica. Oh.
And even your parents who would come up and spend time with you.
Yes.
And your parents actually took you and Danny on vacations, right?
Yes.
There was one trip where they took you out of the country and you went ziplining. Do you remember that?
Yes, we went to Costa Rica.
And after the ziplining is when you told them that you were pregnant, correct?
I went zipline.
I'm surprised Judge Everett didn't stop and say, "One moment, Mrs. Adelson. No expressions or displays of emotion in front of the jury." He did that how many times during trial? Did everyone see? Hey, just for a break, shall we watch Judge Everett say good morning 5 different ways? I love this video. I love this video, but we should do another one. Another little collection of Judge Everett admonishing Donna Adelson about showing displays of emotion in front of the jury, because that happened more times than he said good morning. Hopefully we got sound.
Gentlemen?
Oh. No. What? Shh, wait. Full screen that, Judge.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, not great. Let's start again. I'm giving you a proper greeting, looking you in your eyes. All I'm asking back from you is for the same. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
There we go. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your circuit judges for the Felony Criminal Division here in Leon County. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Take two. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your judges in the Felony Criminal Division here in Leon County. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, but let's try again. Good morning to all of our prospective jurors.
Good morning.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your circuit judges here in Leon County for the Felony Criminal Division. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that will not do at all. Let's start again. Good afternoon to all of our prospective jurors that have answered the call to serve. Thank you. Much better. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your circuit judges here in the Felony Criminal Division for Leon County.
What a guy. He's just the best guy. And that tactic, it is good. It is good. It's a really good thing just to get everyone feeling better. Just feeling a little bit better, right? Who better place to make that happen than our very own Judge Everett?
Getting pregnant, yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that Danny, I'm saying Danny because that's what people call him. I'm not trying to be disrespectful of him. He's
No, I called him Danny.
okay. You would agree that he was very
Veggie
intelligent.
girl.
Yes, very.
He had 2 degrees from Harvard, correct?
Yes.
Undergraduate and law school.
Yes, ma'am.
He did a lot of writing,
Yes.
and at the time that he was murdered, he was a tenured professor at the College of Law here at FSU, correct?
Yes.
And becoming tenured is not like an automatic thing. You have to work towards that, right?
Yes,
Takes a lot of time,
it does.
a lot of effort.
Mhm.
He put in a lot of work to gain that status.
Yes.
Okay. And he traveled to go and speak at different places, right?
Yes.
And he was well respected by his colleagues.
Yes, very.
Okay. And after he had children, those became the love of his life, didn't they?
Yes.
And even after you separated, I think you would agree with me that Danny made
Michelle is a great mod, Rochelle. She's dedicated, she's focused, she's got her eye on, you know what I'm saying? Couldn't be better, couldn't be better.
a great deal of effort to get his
I think Sally is still coming down from CrimeCon. It's like, where is she? Where is Sally? I hope she made it back.
much time with his children as he could. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Even when it was your time to have the children, he would go to their preschool and visit with them there.
Yes.
He wanted to talk to them on the phone when he didn't have them,
Yes.
and he wanted to Skype with them,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And that, I'm sorry, I'm old, but that involved like a computer where you can see each other while you're talking, is that right?
I think now it's something you could do on the phone, but back then you needed a computer.
And you assisted with that,
I did.
not necessarily the schedule he wanted.
I'm sorry?
You didn't necessarily keep the schedule that Danny wanted for Skype.
Hey, look, Justice Jane has this, cool name. How does that happen? Or is that just on this, app thing I'm using? Is that on the YouTubes? Can everyone see Justice Jane's name? It's like all different and like it's a different font, and there's this like inspector emoji in the middle or something. I can't really make it out. Hello, Justice Jane.
Being right?
I did try.
You tried.
Yes,
But that was one of the things you two bickered about.
it was.
Okay. And during the time that you were with Danny, your mother was always kind to him, wasn't she?
She was.
Before you got married to him,
Yes.
while you were married to him,
Yes.
while you were separated,
Yes.
and after the divorce.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of testimony and a lot of pictures put up, lots of things highlighted.
Christina says, Jackie's clever and effective reverse psychology. What a ploy. Yeah, you know, I saw quite a, well, not enough. I saw real good indicators of some shrewdness from Jackie. I was disappointed that we didn't see more of her. I think it would have been better for fucking Zellman to just be the fucking paper boy and the guy crawling around Geogia Cappleman's feet playing with wires. I'm still jealous about that. But, you know, he should have just sat down. He did nothing. Nothing. It would have been a much more interestingly energetic tournament if Jackie had taken charge. That would have been way better to watch.
About the ugly things that your mother said about Danny during the course of the separation, the divorce, and the follow-up litigation, right?
Yes.
And you shared, as you've testified, some of the pleadings that were filed in your case.
Yes.
And some of the pleadings weren't very attractive towards you, were they?
No.
They described things that were derogatory towards you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the communications that you had with Danny during the separation, leading up to the divorce, and some thereafter, were pretty critical of you, weren't they?
The communication on paper, which
Right.
was very different than the communication in person.
Right, but the paperwork was critical.
Yes.
And you shared that with your mother.
Yes.
And some of the things that he said to you in writing, whether they were communications or in the pleadings, upset you.
Yes.
Some of it was very upsetting to you.
Yes.
And you shared it with your mother, and then she became upset.
Yes.
And she said bad words.
Yes.
She called him a lot of bad names.
Yes.
She said ugly things about him.
Yes.
But not one single time did she ever suggest in writing or to you personally that Danny deserved to be harmed, did she?
Never.
Never said he needed to be killed.
Never.
Never suggested any harm to him in any way.
Never.
And those things that she said to you in the emails, the communications I assume that you all thought were between yourselves, you never shared those with Danny, did you?
No.
And during the separation, well, during the time you're married, we've already established, but during the separation, if Danny needed help with the children, your mother assisted him, didn't she?
He had called her and asked for help at various times, and she did.
And after the divorce, the same thing, correct?
He would call and ask for help, and she would help.
Do you have State's Exhibit 60 up there?
I don't see anything that says 60 on it.
I can't use this book. What is this?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm impressed particularly. Okay. That might be slightly overstating it, but you know, I see someone who can. I see someone who has put effort into honing their craft. You know, unlike Tara Kawas, even she had a couple of moments with the right jury. Her personality might have done a little bit more, but you know, Mr. Hand Grenade, for example, what did he have? Not that much. Now with Jackie, she's experienced, she's dedicated to her work. That's clear. and she's you can tell that she's absorbed. That makes a difference.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 60, and I think they refer to it as JJ.
Okay.
Okay? And this would be your, it's going to fall if you don't hold that
Okay,
side. I'm
no
sorry.
problem.
I can't get this over for some reason.
I can try.
But
She's an
this has
operator.
been
Thank you,
referred to
Christina.
as the pleadings that are within your dissolution file.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to leave that with you, okay?
Okay.
Could you look at that document, the JJ, please?
Yes, you want me to just keep reading through it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I want you to familiarize yourself with it.
Yeah, familiarize yourself with those 3,500 pages.
I'm still reading through it. Should I continue to
I
read
just
to
want,
the?
you don't need to read every word. If you would just familiarize yourself so that you can recall the substance of that pleading.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Prior to you filing your petition for dissolution, do you want me to come and get that?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Prior to filing your petition for dissolution, what kind of experience did you have regarding divorce proceedings?
I'm trying to understand the question.
Yeah,
So
sure.
prior to filing the dissolution of marriage,
Yes.
there weren't any divorce proceedings prior to filing.
What, I guess what I'm saying is because you're an attorney, were you familiar with family law?
No,
Had you participated in any, helping anybody with their dissolution of marriage?
I had not.
Completely unfamiliar with the process?
I was unfamiliar with the process.
And that pleading that's before you, are you back on the front page of that?
I can get back to the front page.
Thank you.
I'm at the front page.
Okay. And could you read for the jury what the title of that pleading is?
Yes, ma'am. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
Doesn't say grandmother motion, does it?
No.
And in fact, the overwhelming majority of that motion relates to Danny's complaints about you and parenting issues, correct?
It does, yes.
And in fact, what they call the grandmother part of that motion is really Danny complaining about you not meeting the requirements of the right of first refusal, correct?
That's correct.
Because his complaint is that if you gave him the right of first refusal, some of the times he could take it and the children would be with him instead of the grandmother.
Yes.
It wasn't actually suggesting that from this point forward, your mother could no longer have anything but supervised visitation, correct?
I didn't see it that way.
Okay. And in any event, your mother never saw that motion, did she?
No, she did not.
May I approach? I'm going to take the book. I don't know if I'm going to give it back to you or not. That way it's not going to fall on you.
Okay.
Now, the state has referred to this bribe. You've heard him talk about that, correct?
I believe so.
They suggested, because I think there are emails that discuss this, about potentially offering Danny $1 million.
Yes.
And your understanding of what was trying to take place there, because you actually put that in writing, was it wasn't to take the children away from Danny, was it?
No.
It was in hopes that he would relocate to Miami as well, correct?
Yes.
And that although you would live separate lives, you could raise your children together, correct?
Yes.
Because there were more opportunities for him, Danny, to practice his Jewish faith in Miami than there is in Tallahassee, correct?
Correct.
They have kosher food in Miami.
Yes.
Lots of it.
Yes.
They don't have that in Tallahassee.
No.
And the $1 million offer was not to bribe him in what sounds like an illegal sense. It was an incentive for him to relocate himself to Miami, correct?
Yes. That was my understanding. Yes.
You lived there with him before,
Yes.
and he liked living there.
Yes. He
In
liked
fact-
it very much.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's okay. I was just saying he liked it very much.
In fact, he tried to get a professorship at the University of Miami School of Law.
He did.
And if he had gotten that, the plan between you and he was to stay in Miami, correct?
We would have. Yes.
But he didn't get it, and so he had already been employed by FSU College of Law, right?
Yes.
And so you moved up here and finished law school, and you all remained in this area.
Yes.
So the $1 million would offset, as the state has mentioned, travel expenses if he moved there, correct?
Right.
He only taught 2 days a week, right?
Yes.
And so that would have given him the opportunity to live in Miami, but for the 2 days a week he needed to be in Tallahassee, he could take plane trips, right?
Yes.
And be here.
Yeah, well, offsetting expenses is one thing. What about the fucking pain in the ass that's going to be to travel? So much.
Yes. And if you all had done that, he still could have enjoyed 50%.
What do you think he's going to say? Oh, you're going to cover the expenses? Great. I'm going to go to the airport. And it's a 2-hour flight, I think. I didn't think it would take that long. I'm going to go to the airport like twice a week. Great. Every week. Forever. For 20 years.
Parenting time with his children, right?
That would have been the same. Yes.
It wasn't to take him away from the kids.
No.
We're going to talk about relocation more than once, but I just want to make sure I understand how that all came about, okay? So it was, you left the marital home in August or September of 2012?
I think it was September.
Okay, so you separated officially in 2012.
Yes.
By the time he was murdered, almost 2 years had passed.
Yes.
Okay. Do I understand it correctly that somewhere around October or November of 2012 that you interviewed for a job at a law firm in Miami?
I did.
And that was the Grossman firm?
I think it's Grossman and Roth.
Okay. And somewhere around December of 2012, they made you an offer.
They did.
And I don't need to know numbers, but was it substantially more than you were making in Tallahassee?
It was, and it was just more secure.
More secure. Okay. Not more money?
No, it was more money, but it just, more than anything, it was secure money as opposed to grant money that could be taken away.
Okay, so you were a professor also at the law school here in Tallahassee?
I was.
FSU?
Yes.
You were not tenured?
No, I was a clinical professor.
Okay, so being tenured means you have more stability in your job.
Yes, you have more job security.
Job security, okay. And so you got that offer in December, and sometime in January, you told Danny that you had a good job offer, correct?
Yes, I asked to meet with him, and we went to get coffee and talk about it.
Okay, and in part of that discussion, you asked him if he would consider all of you, not together, but all of you
Yes.
relocating to Miami, correct?
I did.
And he was going to consider that, correct?
He said he was considering it. He wasn't opposed to it.
Okay. You thought it would be good for all of you, correct?
I thought it could be.
Including the boys?
Yes.
Okay. He decided he didn't want to do it, right?
He changed his mind.
Okay. But you didn't change your mind, right?
No, I kept going with it.
So you filed a motion for temporary relocation, and you also amended your petition for dissolution to add relocation, correct?
I did.
Okay. At the time that you filed it, did you think you had a good shot at it?
I thought I had a shot. I didn't really know. It would depend on the judge.
Okay. And we'll go back to it later, but I guess on June the 18th of 2013, which would be right before your divorce was finalized, right? you had a hearing on your motion for relocation.
Yes,
And the state has already presented in its exhibits a copy of the order, and relocation was denied, correct?
it was.
Okay. And after relocation was denied, you and Danny were able to work out some kind of temporary schedule for the summer?
We were.
Okay. And then you proceeded forward, and there's been discussion, there was a mediation that did not resolve your divorce, but within a few days thereafter, you did come to an agreement with Danny, correct?
We did.
You agreed to all of the issues in the dissolution of marriage, right?
Yes.
Including how you were going to share time with him.
Yes.
Was it ever your intention in the dissolution proceedings, from the time that you moved out of your marital home, that you would actually take the children's custody completely away from Danny so that he couldn't see them?
No.
Did you always want them to be?
Honey badger, I like that, Christina. She is. She is not afraid to get in the mud, at all.
A big part of his life.
Of course.
He loved them and they loved him.
Yes.
Yes. That's fine. The bailiff will take you all to your room.
Nice shot of the back of her head, Michelle.
They can come up here to use it.
The mess. Just the mess.
You all can be seated. Zalman, if your client does need to use a bathroom break at this point, this would be the opportunity to do so. We'll take a 5-minute break. Hopefully the jurors will be ready at that point. You can step down if you need to.
I'll wait. Thank you.
Yeah, we're almost done. I wonder what Wendy Adelson thinks of seeing her mother dressed in Mother Hubbard's fucking costume. Hey, Mother Hubbard, where's my pie and mash, Mother Hubbard? I ordered pie and mash an hour ago, and I'm worried that you've forgotten.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. I have just a bunch of oddball questions at this point. You recall getting emails from your mother
Yes.
and your father?
Well, yes, from both.
And
They have a joint email account. They're 50 years in and super in love, so they share emails.
the same email.
And I think you had a necklace at some point during that time period that said, never, never, never give up.
I did.
And your parents would sometimes put that in the emails back to you, correct?
Yes.
Who got you the necklace?
I need to know if you recall this. Your parents, you had mentioned when they went out of the country, you used the WhatsApp to communicate with them because it was free of charge.
Yes.
And you could call them free of charge?
Yes.
And you could message with them free of charge?
Both, yes.
Okay. And when your parents would go out of town, do you recall that they had a routine where your mother would take her phone but your father would not get the plan to travel with. Do you recall that?
That sounds right.
Okay, and wasn't that because if you called the Adelson Institute and you got the answering machine, it was an old-fashioned answering machine, right?
Yes.
And what it gave out if you reached the answering machine was your father's cell phone number.
Yes.
So he didn't want to be contacted when he was out of town, and that's what people would get, right?
Yes.
The birthday party that's been mentioned for your dad, it was his 70th birthday.
It was.
And although I don't think it ended up being a surprise, your mom was trying to plan a party for him where he knew his children and grandchildren would be there, but she was trying to surprise him with the friends.
That's right.
Okay. And you might have helped her with some of those preparations.
I think so.
And she planned it for several months, right?
Yes.
And I think one of the things that you got involved with was a caterer that was going to be used to cook paella. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it. At the party.
It's pronounced paella. I remember on the night of, I speak Spanish, so I spoke with him in Spanish because I don't think he spoke much English.
And Mom.
Yeah, because you can't find a fucking paella chef in Miami to come and be a private caterer for an exclusive condo millionaire's 70th birthday party. You know, where is it possible to find a chef that can do both things, right? He's got to cook paella and speak English. I mean, you need a translator, right? You go up and say, hey, buddy, that rice, it looks overdone. He's like, ¿qué? The rice, buddy, it's going to be all soft. ¿Qué?
I mean, your mother didn't speak Spanish, right?
No.
Okay. You weren't actually making the order and buying it, correct?
No, I didn't pay for anything.
I didn't pay for anything. That's the second time she's said that. I don't pay for anything. Just leave it at that. I don't pay for anything. I just steal and take. I bet she stole something from the courthouse just as a souvenir to remember the time that she fucking put her mother away. You know, a little, an ashtray. I guess they wouldn't have ashtrays, but wasn't that great when courtrooms had ashtrays? But, you know, the logo, that'd be great. I would love a Leon County Courthouse ashtray. Yeah. What could she get? Some, you know, what would they have? Maybe they would have a cup or something.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm sorry. It's still Adelson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Adelson, I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked just for identification purposes as Defense 49J, and ask you to look at that and tell me if you've ever seen that before.
I have seen this before.
Okay, and that's an email that your father sent to you regarding the appointment that he had made for the TV to be repaired, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on the front page, you can see where he's forwarding it to you, and it says, "Love, Dad," right?
Yes.
And then he tells you when the appointment's going to be, Friday the 18th between 8 and 12, right?
Yes.
And then when you flip, well, now stay on the first page. Do you see down almost 2/3 of the way down where it has the order information and the order creation date?
Yes.
And that date was what?
The order creation date is July 11th, 2014.
Okay. And on
Maya
the next
Rodriguez
page,
Sorensen,
where the problem
Esquire.
description is, it says that Harvey called in, stated that the 55-inch TV had screen.
Oh, hey Mona, a gavel. Wendy Adelson stole Judge Everett's gavel. What did he use instead? Peanut brittle. he had to run back to chambers and grab a chunk of peanut brittle and sneak it in under his robe. Like he doesn't do that anyway, even when he's got a gavel. But he finished it that day, and Wendy Adelson stole his gavel, and he had to run back to chambers and sneak another piece of peanut brittle in under his robe to use instead. I wonder if Judge Everett has ever used his gavel to break up peanut brittle. I bet he has. Just sitting in chambers, huge bit of peanut brittle on a mahogany desk. Shards of brittle going everywhere.
Problems, right?
That he finds expertly like a well-trained truffle hog in the shag carpeting. Nothing can stop the man locating every single piece.
Yes.
Go to the next page. It repeats about the complaint that your father had about what was wrong with the TV, right?
Yes.
If you scroll down, there are some questions under dates submitted, right?
Yes.
Whether the TV is wall mounted,
Yes.
what the size of the TV is,
Yes.
if it's mounted over 6 feet high,
Yes.
if the height of the ceiling,
Yes.
is it eligible for a loaner?
Yes.
Was it installed by the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Is the product that we're going to service in a place of business?
So I'm saying yes that I see these questions, but the answer to that question is no.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. That's what I was going to point out. So your
Okay.
dad said no to that one, correct?
Right.
Is the product that we are going to service in a place of business, and your dad answered no, correct?
He answered no.
And the next one says what?
Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? And the answer to that one is yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Thank you, Team K Productions. Team K Productions says you deserve so many more subscribers. Well, we got 6,000 today. But you know, I don't do any advertising. Or AI. Like I know some of those creators that, you know, where their channel isn't as good as this one, but like they've got like 40,000 subscribers. Yeah, I know some of them are definitely using these AI, which is like generate catchy title. And I had a look at the software, and it was like, I just felt like a monkey pushing a button in a factory. You know, it was just like, generate attractive title, click. There was no brain power. Everything on this channel is just, you know, it's like real, you know, it's just my thing. But maybe I should do that advertising. But it's like $250, and I don't even know if it would work. So I don't know. Yeah, the numbers are lower than other people, but I'm pretty, well, I don't know if proud is the right word, but it's like blood and sweat. Maybe we should do an advert. $250 to put a video in the right place. I mean, we'll just build it naturally over time. But we do have great supporters. We do have a few handfuls of great, loyal, consistent supporters, and we're so thankful for that, because we wouldn't have never got this far without you guys doing that with the coffees and everything like that, you know. You brought us to this place. We thank you so much. Couldn't have done it without you. Wouldn't have done it without you.
Adelson, you testified on direct when asked some questions about the name change of your children. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay, and I think your testimony was that you officially changed your children's last names a year and a half? What did you say?
I legally changed them a year after Danny's death.
Okay.
Yeah.
But after he passed away,
I made the appointment on the 19th of July, but then there was paperwork and we had to show ID and birth certificates, and that took a while to collect, and we were pretty busy collecting all this fucking money from the murder guy, you know. So, and my job that I never went back for, I got $48,000 from them, or what was it? 46. you know, yeah, we were busy counting all the money, so the name change, yeah, it wasn't until a year.
Away, and you went to Miami. It was time for your oldest child to be enrolled in kindergarten, right?
Yes.
And so, what were the ages of the children when Danny was murdered?
They were almost 5 and 3.5.
Okay. And so the 5-year-old was going into kindergarten.
Yes.
And where was the other child going to be? Was he being put in a preschool program?
It was a preschool program.
Okay. And so you went and registered them at the school, correct?
Yes.
And the official registration said Markel for the children's last names, correct?
I believe so.
But because you were going to socially refer to them as Adelson, that's what you asked the school to do as well, right?
Yes.
And so when you went into orientation for the oldest child, I'm trying not to say the name, when you went into orientation for the oldest child for kindergarten, and they had his little nameplate there where he was going to sit at his desk, it said last name Adelson, right?
I honestly don't remember him having a last name on. I remember his first name.
His little name plate as a 3-year-old kid sounds like a fancy fucking school to me. Each child has a little name plate, or is it just like a bit of paper? I was imagining some engraved brass, like, you know, pounded into the desk. Benjamin Adelson, Esquire.
Name being there, but I don't remember. I thought they put the first names for the kindergartners.
But you asked the school to refer to him by the last name Adelson.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
And so there was...
Yeah, we need the kids to go to a school where kindergartners get a fucking engraved brass nameplate in their desk.
an exhibit that was shown to you where your mother had registered him for an after-school flag football, right?
Right.
And so because the school's knowing his name, that he's being referred to as Adelson, that's why she did that, correct?
Correct.
And the youngest one, where was he going to go? Or where did he go?
He was at a preschool, a private preschool, because he was too young to go to the preschool at the public elementary school.
Okay, and whether it was your mother or your father who wrote the email about signing up and Grandpa's coming with him to, I'm sorry, I'm not Jewish, I didn't understand what that was.
It's okay. Tot Shabbat would have been, like a Sabbath activity where the grandparents would come and sing songs and something like that.
And so the younger one's also being known as last name Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. Because socially, that's what you wanted them to go forward with.
I thought it would make them safer.
Okay.
From what? Like, just ask her, from what? From what? You know what would have been a good idea to make them safer? Move to Nebraska, Wendy. Yeah? You like the sound of that? You don't like Tallahassee? How about Nebraska? By the way, it's been a while since we updated our map. We're still looking for Alaska. We're still looking for Wyoming. We're still looking for North Dakota and New Hampshire and Rhode Island. So anybody from any one of those gray states on the map, we're doing pretty well. We've got 45 out of 50. But we need 100% before we can head north across the border to Canada. We're doing pretty well up there. I've already got my list, but I need a visual. And then we'll go to the regions of Mexico.
There was some questions of you on direct about potentially purchasing a home after the divorce was final in 2013. You recall those questions?
I do.
And it was suggested that Charlie convinced you not to do that, right?
That was what was suggested.
But in fact, the reason I think you stated was because you hadn't gotten your settlement yet from Mr. Markel.
Right, I didn't have the money to purchase a home.
And so even though you had been interested in it, you had to notify your realtor that,
Yeah, the $350,000 that I stole was set aside for the boys' extracurricular activities. Give them a frisbee. That's all I had.
It wasn't possible at that time.
and in the emails that the state introduced and discussed with you, where your mother is making lots of suggestions, mostly after relocation was denied, of things that you could do, like tell Danny you're going to raise them as Catholics, you're going to have them baptized as Catholics. All of those suggestions she was making, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't actually suggesting you do it. She was wanting you to use that as a means of negotiating with Danny, right?
That's my understanding.
That if he thought maybe you were going to do these things, he would reconsider the issue of relocation, correct?
Correct.
Testified that your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed. Do you remember saying that?
I believe I said that.
But the week before he died, your mother was babysitting for Danny, wasn't she?
Yes.
And nothing but pleasantries between the two of them.
That's right.
And in fact, she actually made him banana bread specifically the way he liked it, right?
It was his favorite.
Without nuts, but with chocolate chips.
That's right.
But you think she hated him?
I think she was mad at him.
Mad at
Yeah. I'm taking your fucking children away and I'm going to alienate you. I'm going to alienate you away from them by undermining you and lying to them. But I had these fucking old bananas that that are no good to eat anymore because they're all soft and brown. So I squashed them up and added a bit of flour and baked that. So, there you go. Enjoy it. What the fuck?
him. There's a difference between being mad at someone and hating them, isn't there?
There is.
I think you testified that, and there may have been an email that suggested it, that you would have never left Danny if not for your mom and maybe brother's suggestions. Did you say that?
I don't think that was exactly right. I think it was, I probably wouldn't have left. Kind of suggesting that maybe I would have wanted to, but wouldn't have had the strength or wherewithal to leave on my own.
Okay, isn't it true
Whoa. Christina says, Lee, I don't see her having any concern about Donna. She just knows there's a freight train headed directly at her and it's distracting. She knows she's in serious danger. Does Lee think that she has concern about Donna? I got to go back. My opinion, Lee says. My opinion, I think this was a hard trial for her to testify in because of her mom being on the other side. She looks scared, frightened, somewhat defeated, not as confident as she's always been. No. She's here, fucking hammering nails into Donna's coffin. That's abundantly clear. There's plenty of the verbiage that she's using that is absolutely separating herself from her mother and putting her to rest. And we go way back. Wendy despises her mother. Wendy has to call it resentment would be such an understatement that I don't think that there is a word in the English language. There's probably one in German because they have a word for everything. But there's probably not a word in the English language to describe the disdain, hatred, utter, this is Wendy's golden moment. As far as her demeanor being a little more, less antagonistic on the stand this year, that's choreographed. They've chosen a character for Wendy to play, and I believe that the team, the big team of analysts and choreographers, what is the word? That have been working on finding that character for Wendy to play this year have taken some inspiration, just a little bit, from Junam Chinder. What is Junam Chinder? Junam Chinder, for the most part, is not offensive, somehow likable, and clearly doesn't have a Scooby-Doo what is going on. Scooby-Doo means clue, in case anyone doesn't know that. But, this is all an act. Yeah, there's a few bits in it where Wendy is reading Georgia's smirk at her, but Wendy's has never been, she's completely prepared for her arrest. This is nothing new. She's prepared for her defense. That's all been part of it all the way through. And I know that there's a part of her that can't resist taking the challenge. And maybe not the biggest, the primary thing that they're going to be prepping is getting Wendy Adelson a successful Arthur hearing so that she can have bond granted on the non-bondable offense of first-degree murder. That's going to be, after the arrest, that's going to be pretty much step one. It might take some time, but, she's prepped, man. That legal team is prepped. None of this is a panic. People have been saying, she sold the house, she's panicking, she's on the run. She's not panicking about anything. What's she panicking about? Why would she be panicking? None of this is new. This has been going on for 2 years. Then there was 2 years before that was Charlie. I mean, nothing's new. I heard some people saying that she's going to run off and get married to George as one final fuck you to the Markels, so that George, they would all get George's last name, which is Estrada. So it would be Wendy Estrada, Benjamin Estrada, and Lincoln Estrada. I definitely don't think that's going to happen. She's Adelson. She's Adelson. She needs to be Adelson. And they point back to when she said, one day I'll change all of our names. No, she's Adelson. And with all that's going on at the moment, Wendy is not thinking to run off and get married. And as far as the custody goes, the thinking is that George will then get custody of the boys. And I'd say, you know, this is obviously a law that changes state to state, and I don't know the information, but if George has been in a live-in relationship, what do you call it? Civil partnership, yeah, with Wendy for X amount of time, isn't he the guardian? I mean, if it were a custody issue and that weren't the case, he could just become their adoptive father. Why do they need to get married? Fantasy. Wendy's not going to be running off to get married. She's not putting her house in Austin up on the market because she's panicking and on the run. You know, the house going up on the market, if it's anything to do with this, would be to cash, to put something in the bank to maybe use later, so that she could say, oh, I did that because after my mother's conviction, the harassment of my family increased. I feared for my safety. I feared for the safety of the boys because of all the podcasters driving past, and, you know, all of that. Perfect thing to, you know, an element to garner sympathy from her jury when that should come. None of this is a surprise to Wendy. She's not upset about her mother. You know, there's no feeling with her about anybody at all. Even if she wasn't fucking pissed at her mother for everything that she's done. Even if that weren't the case, Wendy would just justify it in a heartbeat. It's your own stupid fault. You got yourself caught. Not my fucking problem. There's nothing here. No.
Each year, maybe not every year, but many years, yourself and Danny would, when you finished the school session here at FSU College of Law, you would go down to Coral Springs or Miami, whichever they were at, and you would spend almost 2 weeks with your parents, right?
Yes.
And that would be yourself and Danny when it was just you, right?
Yes.
And then after you had the children, all of you went down there, correct?
Yes.
Well, in fact, what really happened was in the summer of 2012, when you decided that you were going to leave Danny was down there with you, correct?
Yes.
And the children were there too?
Yes.
And they were young. How old were they?
In 2012, they would have been 2 and 3.
Okay. And Danny was there, and you actually asked your mom if she'd go out to coffee with you. You remember that?
I don't remember that.
And you told her then that you were going to leave Danny and get a divorce, didn't you?
That sounds right, but I don't remember that.
Okay. And in fact, she suggested counseling to you, and you told her you guys had already been in counseling and it didn't work. Isn't that right?
Absolutely.
We had been in counseling. And
I'm not saying she's any good. I'm saying that there's a team of people telling her what to do and how to be. None of this is real. None of this is her. Everything here is a mask. There's just one slight bit yesterday when Wendy's email to her mother in response to the, you know, it was after the judgment with prejudice against relocation, issue not going to be revisited by the court, final decision. Donna came to Wendy with long email. We went through the whole thing. Take a picture of the boys outside the church in Tallahassee. He's going to want you to stop this, get to him psychologically, this, that, ideas, desperation, obsession, blah, blah, blah. And Wendy went back to her, and the fucking email was on the screen. And, you know, there was enough in it that you could read what was going on. And I don't think Wendy knew that was going to be presented on the fucking PowerPoint. And she was shaken. She started stumbling over her words. And you could tell that her brain just left the building. It was like, whoa, what does it mean that Geogia Cappleman is showing this email to me? She's got 80,000 emails. What else does she have? You know, have I missed something? There was just a moment, and then she gave the weakest answer ever, which was what? What was the question? The question was, it was like something like, does your mother listen to you when you say that you want to go and live in Tallahassee and have peace? And when it was like, well, I'm an adult, so she needs to. It was even weaker than that. And Georgia was like, mm-hmm. You know, there was just this little game, unspoken words going on between Georgia and Wendy in the portion that we covered yesterday. And it was great. That's the only bit I've seen where anything real came through. And it wasn't necessarily fear, but concentration. She did not take her fucking eyes off that monitor for the rest of the testimony, and you could tell that she just suddenly wasn't present. It happened. We saw it. The rest of it's a mask. A bad one, but a choreographed one. And, you know, she's not here feeling sad. You know, she doesn't feel sad about any of this.
It hadn't worked, but again, this sounds like something that could have happened, but I just don't remember the coffee.
Okay. There was also questions of you, several questions about your interview with law enforcement the day that Danny was shot. You recall those questions from the state?
I do recall the questions.
And they were pointing out things that you had said about your family, your parents, Charlie. You remember those questions?
I do.
Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by law enforcement, what you said initially was that Danny's parents were going to think that you're the one who did it, right?
I did say that.
I wanted to talk about the relocation a little bit. So you have a relocation hearing on June the 18th. Does that sound right?
2013?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And leading up to that hearing, you notified your mother by email that because she was going to be testifying in court, she would need to wait outside that hearing, correct?
I don't remember that, but that if she was supposed to be a witness, then she couldn't be present for the hearing.
Yano says, I never understand how Wendy was granted any immunity. It was given to compel her testimony. You know, the state can give immunity. If the state didn't give immunity, Wendy could come in here and say, I plead the Fifth Amendment and I'm not saying nothing. You know, and that would be legal under the Constitution, as far as my understanding. This is why she never testifies for the defense, because the defense doesn't have that power to afford her that use and derivative use immunity. So she does plead the Fifth and for the defense, but she always does it outside the presence of the jury and says, Judge, there's no point in me coming in to testify for the defense because all I'm going to say is I plead the Fifth. But the state in that situation can say, well, we want to compel your testimony, and in order to do so, we're going to give you this immunity.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you, oh my goodness, I can't read that. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 49B. If you could just read that for me, please, to yourself.
Was I close enough, Mayor Rodriguez Sorensen? I think if, like, say, Chris Corbett isn't given immunity because he doesn't require it, he doesn't wish for it. So it's not, I don't think it's something that is applicable to every witness. It's just if they intend to plead the fifth. Is that not correct?
Do you want me to read to the end?
No, ma'am, I'm just
Oh.
looking for where you told your mother, get you to agree that you said to her, because you are testifying in court, Mom, you won't be able to sit in on the hearing with me. Is that what
Yes.
you said?
Yes,
Okay.
but I can have Dad there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come and get it from you.
Okay.
Sometime in April of 2013, so that would be not long before your divorce was final. You took a trip, I don't know if you were speaking there or someone else was, but you took a trip out of town with a gentleman named Miguel. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the trip, but I was seeing Miguel at the time.
Please do leave a like on the video, guys. It helps us grow and get this video to more people that want to see it. Likes are good for the channel, and the channel's good for you. So do us a favor, hit the like button, subscribe, share, leave a comment, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com. Like the video right now. Stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. Take a minute, take a second. Like the video, hit that thumb, show me your big thumb.
You do recall the trip?
Well, I was seeing Miguel at the time, but I don't know what the trip was in April of 2013. I don't remember that. Can you tell me where we went?
Yes, ma'am, I'm gonna get that. for
Okay.
you. Puerto Rico, does that sound familiar?
It was a clinical law professor conference. There's one every year, and that year it was in Puerto Rico.
Okay, and did you speak at that, or you were there to get credit hours or something of that
No,
nature?
I spoke.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to now show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit 1E. And it's dated April the 28th of 2013 and addressed Dear Renee. You don't need to read it all, but would you familiarize yourself with your communication there, please?
Like.
Okay, I've read a little bit. Do you want me to?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I'll point out any sections that I wanted to discuss with you. Would you agree that you wrote this on April the 28th of 2013?
Yes, it looks like I dated it.
Okay, and that's to Renee.
Yes.
And you're coming back from your trip to Puerto Rico.
Yes.
And while you were on this trip, your parents were taking care of the boys, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on the first page, down towards the bottom, you have some bullet points about what you would like to do to resolve your divorce, correct?
Well, I think it was not just about my divorce. It was kind of about how I wanted to be living my life overall.
Yeah, I was trying not to get into the personal information, but that's right. This entire email is really about changes you want to make in your life, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the last bullet point down at the bottom, it says, I've been coming to a place in the last few months where I have realized that I want to keep my job. It allows me the maximum amount of flexibility to spend with my kids while allowing the freedom for intellectual exploration, one-on-one mentoring with students, and meaningful work in the community. I don't care that Gibbers told my colleagues that I stole from him and that I am mentally ill. Nasty things are said in divorce, and people know that, right?
Yes.
I have come to a place in the last few months where I have decided that I would like to keep my job. Okay. What have you been doing in the last few months? Or is she saying this? When is this? Is she saying this to get more money out of FSU? Oh no, that she's writing this to the mother. She's calling him Gibbers. Donna. So let's hear it again.
Last few months where I have realized that I want to keep my job. It allows me
I need context.
And while you were on this trip, your parents were taking care of the boys, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on the first page, down...
One sec. What trip? Were they married very long? They married in 2006. And they got divorced in finalized 2013. But the separation was...
Okay, I've read a little bit. Do you want me to...
No, that's okay.
You know, they were married. They had 3 years of being married before their first son was born, and about 1.5 years before the second son was born, and about little over a year after that, Wendy moved out, and another year after that, they got divorced, and a year after that, he was murdered. That's the rough timeline.
Okay.
I'll point out any sections that I wanted to discuss with you. Would you agree that you wrote this on April the 28th of 2013?
Yes, it looks like I dated it.
Okay, and that's to Renee.
Yes.
And you're coming back from your trip to Puerto
Renee.
Rico.
Yes.
And while you were on this trip, your parents were taking care of the boys, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on the first page, down towards the bottom, you have some bullet points about what you would like to do to resolve your divorce, correct?
Well, I think it was not just about my divorce. It was kind of about how I wanted to be living my life overall.
Yeah, I was trying not to get into the personal information, but that's right. This entire email is really about changes you want to make in your life, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the last bullet point down at the bottom, it says, I've been coming to a place in the last few months where I have realized that I want to keep my job. It allows me the maximum amount of flexibility to spend with my kids while allowing the freedom for intellectual exploration, one-on-one mentoring with students, and meaningful work in the community. I don't...
Intellectual exploration. Okay. Is that like in a leather mask or what? I mean, what, is that how Daniel Sack sold it?
I don't care that Gibbers told my colleagues that I stole from him and that I am mentally ill. Nasty things are said in divorce, and people know that, right?
Yes.
But I'm bringing it up again here.
Tallahassee isn't ever...
Wendy Adelson, I don't know if it's that she just doesn't give a fuck or if she doesn't know, but she is a fucking shit writer. Everything I've read that she's written, everything that I hear read out that she's written, it is dog shit. And the funniest thing for me is that it's got all the transparent hallmarks of somebody who wants to appear highly articulate, but oversells. What did she say yesterday? My friends that pass through here with transient regularity. What good writers know best is that most of the time, the less frills, the better. You know, clear, concise wording is always preferable than using a thesaurus to sound wordy. Judges don't like it. Nobody likes it. The only people that might be impressed by it are, I don't know, maybe some of her students. I don't know. I don't know who would be impressed by her writing. But it's not just that it's bad. You know, if it were bad, it would just be bad. But it's bad and transparent that it tries so much to be good, and that's hilarious to me. And what's even more funny is that she doesn't even seem to get that. I would like to do some, focused analysis on comparing the writing styles of Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson in their divorce filing. There's going to be some gold in there. We'll try and come up with something to make that, engaging. I'd like to have a look.
Where I wanted to live, but it's where the job is. And it's where my boy's father is, which means they don't have to constantly be flying on planes or driving in cars to accomplish our custody situation, right?
Yes.
So you have the pending petition and motion for relocation, but as of April the 28th, you're starting to think maybe staying in Tallahassee is the right thing to do, correct?
Yes.
And then this goes on, third page is, now you're writing on May the 2nd of 2013, correct?
Yes.
A little different subject, but if you go to the next to the last page of that exhibit, see where it starts, wait, it's me again?
Yes.
Okay. The paragraph after that, I wanted to ask you about this. It says, on Sunday morning, we're supposed to sit on the same stage. You're referring to Mr. Markel, correct?
Yes.
In full regalia and clap for the graduating law students. I love graduation, and the Gibbs has never attended because it's normally on a Saturday morning and he is at synagogue. Correct?
Yes.
And then you say it's on Sunday this year and I have the boys and the dean wants all faculty to attend, so I need to. It's only 2 hours and my mom can watch the boys during that time. Correct?
Yes.
So it was fairly routine then for you to get your mother or both parents' assistance when you had somewhere that you needed to be and someone needed to take care of the children, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, funny you should say that, Matt Mello, because her book, where is it? Her book, right? Where is it? That's here. Her book, what I've read of it so far, and although it's not explicitly an erotic novel, it reads in that same kind of bullshit, style. And the focus on sex in places where sex has no place, this obsession to just jam-pack sex into a scene in a cafe where nothing is going on. It's like, it really is like she can't contain her thing. And she said in her TV interview about the book, sex sells. She's just got this she can't get away from it. But it does read like an erotic novel, which is hilarious. A bad erotic novel. And it's not even supposed to be an erotic novel. Incredible. When are we gonna find the time to do a chapter by chapter breakdown of this? It's only, we could read this whole thing. I don't know, I guess it would be, how many chapters are there? They're not numbered. Well, if we just did a chapter a day, I guess it would be a month. Oh, hang on. The chapters start off numbered. Even the fucking printing. The chapters start off numbered and they run until 23. Oh, okay. There's an extra bit of. All right. Well, I think it's about 30 chapters. So a month, or 2 weeks if we did 2 chapters a day, which is doable. Yeah, I've got to do that. I think it'd be fun to do. Yeah, her thing is baggy jackets, right? Jackie. Borrowing them from the funeral.
Sorry, Judge, I have so many papers up here, I'm confused. May I approach? I'm gonna exchange with you, Ms. Adelson. I'll take that one back and then show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1G for identification purposes. Could you review that to yourself, please?
Yeah. Why is Jackie a 10-year-old boy in her father's suit? Like she's playing a gangster in the school play, right? It's fucking Al Capone. Bugsy Malone.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this was to Renee or not. Yeah, you mentioned Renee. So this is on June the 4th of 2013, correct?
Yes.
And we're approaching the hearing date on the relocation motion, which is set for June the 18th, right?
Yes.
And in here, you're expressing some concerns over what you've been through in the divorce. But you said, and I think the state referred to this, that Mr. Markel had sent you a long message about how you could be doing all of the divorce stuff so differently in the spirit of love and joy, where we get together and talk about our vision for the boys and for our future. And I won't say what you said after that, but at this point, you're kind of agreeing with him. You want to do it peacefully, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talk about the one alternative is you could call Gary. Now, Gary is the gentleman who was kind of offering you a position in Miami, right?
Gary was a partner at the law firm where a position was offered to me.
Okay, and your plan was to have him come and testify at the relocation hearing about the job that he would be giving you if you relocated there, correct?
Yes.
And you had other people who were going to testify there as well on your behalf, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you say one alternative is you call Gary and say, I've changed my mind. I don't think it's best for my...
Nikki says, Sarah Suitcase Boone. While I wait for Wendy's trial, I'll watch Suitcase Sarah. And Laura Newman says, see also Sarah Boone. Yeah, we did a bunch of stuff with Sarah Boone. I was thinking about going through it all again. You know, now that it's all been dealt with, and so much has happened since trial that I haven't really kept an eye on. But it's it might be good to do like a revisit, but not now. Now's an Adelson time.
Kids to move them to South Florida. I appreciate you saving the job for me, but I'm not going to come to South Florida, correct?
Yes.
And then you say you...
The Jibs, that fucking bitch. I really hate I really hate them calling him that. It makes me furious every time. I know, isn't it? It's just so childish as well.
Call your brother and say, I love you, Charlie, but I'm going to stay in Tallahassee. I know you don't agree with my decision, but that's what's best for me and the kids right now. I hope one day you'll understand. That was something else you were considering, correct?
Right.
And then call your parents and say basically the same thing. And if they wanted to come up anytime and visit you and the boys in Tallahassee, they were free to do so, right?
Yes.
Maybe this is a good time to have a look at Kiwi's comment. Kiwi made a comment. How do we do that? How do we get the comment? Give me a sec. Because I remember some of it was about the house and what I say about the house. Kiwi, Kiwi, Kiwi. Oh, it was on last night's video, so we go to that. I'll put it up. So it's a bit small because there's so much of it, Kiwi. Let's try. So Kiwi says, okay, Metrix, I generally agree with almost all of your takes around this case, except for Wendy being so calculated in getting the family to go down with the murder. Yes, it's clear she was happy to nudge in that direction. Yes, she was immediately throwing them under the bus in the interview with Ison, but I think she played it like a poker player plays cards. She had a hand and she ran big social bets, but I think she weighed it up and did genuinely consider accepting her fate in Tallahassee. No way. I think the house was a hedge bet. No. I think the house was, listen, if for any reason that Donna and Charlie weren't able to come up with this, she'd have found another way to kill Professor Markel. You know, if Jeff had taken it upon himself to say, I'm going to kill him. He's doing all this to you, I'm going to kill him, You know, remember in the interview, Kiwi, when Wendy said, Danny didn't treat me very well, and I'm so scared that one of my friends did this because they thought it was good somehow. Now, obviously, she's not saying Jeff's name there because she's waiting for Jane to come in. But, you know, I'm sure she was, you're talking about big social bets, I'm sure she was planting the kernels of I'm desperate and need help and drastic action needs to be taken. I'm sure that was being planted everywhere around her. Subtly in some places, less subtly in others. And by less subtle, I don't mean she asked for it, or expected it. Just created enough room that if anyone, took it upon themselves, then all good. The main thing is, as long as Danny's alive, I'm stuck in Tallahassee, and that is not going to happen. Roberta Glass had this good quote on her show today, And, it's nothing new. But I did write it down anyway. The Adelsons, all of them, consider any kind of compromise to be a loss. And a loss cannot be allowed. Usually grown-ups, if they get into a situation where they can't win, or they're told by the courts you're not going to win, they might be angry, and then they'll fucking compromise and find a middle ground and settle. But that, to an Adelson, would be the same, or perhaps even, well, I don't know about worse, It is a loss. It's no better than a loss. A compromise to co-parent in Tallahassee with Dan Markel was never something she was, what do you say here? Genuinely consider accepting her fate in Tallahassee. Not a chance. For this reason, any compromise is a loss. Co-parenting, having to be involved with Danny, having to work around his timetables and his fucking educated, professorship conferences and so on, not going to happen, never. The house was only a tool to use, and I'm not trying to tell anybody what to think, Please, everybody see it how you want, but I'm just talking directly because there's no question in my mind at all, not even one tiny bit. The house was a ploy to accelerate the murder. It was not, well, maybe it will accelerate the murder, but if it doesn't, at least I'll have a house to live in. It was do or die, and if it wasn't the family, it would have been someone else. Obviously, we know Jeff's not actually going to do it, but if he did, that's fine for Wendy. No problem. Other people, definitely she was talking about, we know she was talking about this to other people. But she's much more guarded with other people. She allowed Jeff to see her dark side, which is interesting. Kiwi goes on to say, and I think she didn't expect I gotta make this bigger. It's too small. And I think she didn't expect the bet of the murder was as likely as the bet that she would become a Tallahassee captive. Nah, man. No, I don't agree. I can't agree. Not even a bit. I also think she has real childhood trauma. Yeah, being a spoilt cunt. With that said, I think, I've wondered about abuse, sexual abuse. I've wondered if Charlie was fucking fingering her or something. And, Robert came in and that's why he left the family, because Jeff alludes to something like that. But no, I don't think so. I think it's just a case of they're all cunts, and they raise their children to be cunts. And now the sad thing is that they have raised the Markel boys to be cunts. And that's a sad fact. Where were we? Childhood, I think she has real childhood trauma. With that said, I think she genuinely knew about the murder. She genuinely knew the risks, and she genuinely got in front of it by throwing the family under the bus. I think the vomit at the murder party was a sign she was able to think through the end game, that she's in a sense killed off Charlie and Donna's future. No, intentional. I think the vomit was realizing the future I mean, I can talk about the vomit another day. I've been talking about it for ages, meaning to do this special episode, but, you know, there's so much to stitch together. I've got to get segments of videos from like the middle of 5-hour videos all over the place, so it's a fucking nightmare to put together, but I can't talk about that now. Including the day Donna goes down. Our only different stance is that I think you attribute more assured planning, whereas I think she played it like a funds manager plays investments. Well, yeah, I agree with that. You know, spread your bets, but there's one outcome. Wendy wins. You know, Wendy gets everything she wants. The bets are spread, but in the same company. If you're talking about a hedge fund manager, it's like betting on different sectors within the same organization that all have a shared goal. Wendy gets what she wants. That's the goal. And that's what will be achieved by whichever sector wins it. It doesn't matter to her. It doesn't matter to her. I think she regretted going along with it once she realized how heavy it will affect her. No, she doesn't regret any of this. She ends up in more of a hellhole than any life sentence to it. She ends up in more of a hellhole than any life sentence to a nice house in Tallahassee could be. I think vomit was a coming to terms with the madness. No, I wish I could go into the vomit thing now, but I really shouldn't. She now had more anxiety on her plate to suppress than she'd ever had before. Yeah, but by a different cause. And it was less anxiety and more fucking anger. I'll say that much. Anger and probably anger that caused a sudden intake of some serious alcohol. As you know, like some people do that when they're pissed off, they'll take a shot really angrily, or take 3 really angrily, so you all know how pissed off I am. I think the vomit. Where were we? She now had more anxiety on her plate to suppress than ever before. There may be more clues in her book. I just don't want to pay for it to read it. I was lucky. Someone sent it to me. Wendy hedged her bets. I think it's far more realistic than the idea that she orchestrated it like a maestro of sorts. Oh, absolutely she did. You know, and more is coming out. There's so much that we've got here, just in the Metrix studio, to be released. Oh, it's just so much work. And I don't want to say it like flippantly because then it's out there. Where were we? It's hard to read it like this. Sorry if this is annoying everybody. Wendy is smart. She has less empathy than Hitler did for claimed religious brethren, but she's pragmatic and able to think and adapt on her feet. She nudges, ebbs and flows towards her goal of maximizing her self-interests. Yes, I think there was even elements of curiosity and playfulness to her. I wouldn't call it playfulness. I'd call it, is it playful to pull the legs off a spider? It's not playfulness. It's sick fucking psychopathic pleasure fueling out of the suffering of others, I don't call that playful. It's a pleasure game to her, so I guess that's where you're getting playful, but this is not playful. This is, what did I say? Psychopathic pleasure fueling through the suffering of others. That's her main hit. That's her fucking hit, and she needs it. That's her crack pipe. Playfulness to her like a grand experiment to see the depths of what kind of puppet mastery she could enact. Yes, puppet mastery, I'll go with that. Yeah, I mean, there's a few points there that I think are really good. I'm never going to agree that she was considering to accept a life living in Tallahassee, co-parenting with Dan Markel. No. She would have found another way. She would have found another way, and I don't think it would have been that challenging for her. All she's got to do is find the right guy to fucking put her tits in the face of, tell him the right stories, and he'll take care of it. Or whatever it is. Maybe it's not that, but I don't think it would have been challenging. But it being her family actually gives her more insulation. Knowing her mother so well with these emails, saving all those emails, being very selective in if she responds at all, which I don't think she does much on those email chains, right? That fucking laptop went straight to ISOM with her knowing full well those crazy emails from Donna were all over it. Charlie said this, Jeff, telling Jeff the thing about Charlie. Listen, Wendy could have got someone else quite easily with manipulation, the right person, right time, whatever. But the most perfect thing for Wendy is for her family to do it. Because she's the baby, because her mother's a psycho, because her brother wants to please her mother, so on and so on. They're meddling in her life, they're making her decisions for her. They're obsessed about the fucking grandkids. All of this just led into the perfect thing for Wendy to fucking poke and prod and make her bidding happen. Have them do her bidding. And then for them to go down without her is also perfect. Which is why she led so many eyes towards them. And she led eyes towards Jeff as well. And was all very cunning about that, having Jane come in, orchestrating the fight with Jeff in Gainesville so that she could go to Jane prior to the murder and tell Jane what a fucking quote-unquote lunatic he is so that she could come in, and then she basically gives her the cue, right? She interrupts Jane and says, "Jane, who could have done this?" And waits. Jane doesn't say anything. Wendy adds to it, embellishes. "And are they going to come after my kids? Or me? Who's next? Is Jeff this much of a lunatic?" It's incredible that she was able to do that. There's not a doubt in my mind that that's what it was. It was her cue. It was a conductor waving a fucking wand and saying, showtime. But she always knew that Jeff didn't do it. And the chances of Jeff being actually found guilty of the murder, even if he's driving past Trescott at 11 a.m., heading out of town. All of that was explainable. All of that was verifiable. There's no blood, there's no weapon, there's no sighting, and fucking if one person talks about that fucking hire car, I'm gonna lose my shit, okay? You know, there's no attempt for, I'm just gonna say, where's our image? Where's our image? There is no attempt for the hire car, for the killers to get a hire car that looked like Jeff. You see this? You see that? Oh, but I heard that the killers received a command to hire a car that looked like Jeff car. None of them looked like Jeff car. One of them was fucking blue. 3 different brands. Every hire car in America. Well, not every hire car, but probably 75% are Japanese 4-door saloons. Or Korean maybe. Hyundai, Kia, Nissan, Toyota, Honda. And they're all middle of the road average colours. Every single one. Yeah, you've got your Fords and your fucking Chevy Cobalt or whatever, you know. But most of them are Japanese. Or Korean. Anyway, we're not talking about cars now. We're going to do a special episode on cars and tear the shit out of that. So sick of it. I hear other channels are treating it like gospel. It's all false. And we have the proof, so that's great. What were we saying? Just to wrap up on Kiwi's thing? Yeah, Wendy knew full well that the chances of, you know, there's basically no chance. Yeah, it could happen. He could be whatever, but there was no chance Jeff was going to go down. But she knew that Donna and Charlie actually did do it. So her seeming to point the cops in Jeff's direction actually separates her from the family plan, right? No love lost here. Anyway, thank you for your comment, Kiwi. That was interesting, and I appreciate it. And it doesn't matter that we don't agree. I respect your view, and that's all good. All right, we've got to finish this video. How long? Oh, it's gone 6 a.m. We've got 19 minutes to go. We can do it. Hang in there, guys. Hang in there. Leave a like on the video, guys, please. Leave a like on the video, subscribe, share, leave a comment. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com and PayPal, and check out the merch. Fantastic merch. Links in the description. Also, link in the description to unredacted Jeff LACASSE video that just went over 100,000 views. It was a 2001 black Lexus with over 100,000 miles on the clock.
That's like they've always been doing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you think if you take relocation off the table, that it will give you an opportunity to discuss things with Mr. Markel and hopefully work them out, right?
Yes.
On the next page, you talk about what the alternative vision is, and that's what you currently have planned, which is to have Gary fly up to testify at the hearing, right?
Yes.
Your mom would testify, right?
Yes.
They would fly up and spend days with you, correct?
Yes.
You expected at that time the hearing would last 1 to 2 days.
Oh, hang on. I didn't realize Kiwi was still here. Question. Kiwi says, question. Why did Donna come to the conclusion that the relocation was murder level important? She must have been very unhappy at the core of her soul. Because Wendy was buying the house. You see, the email that we read yesterday where Donna's coming to Wendy with all of this stuff, do this, get to him psychologically, and Wendy's like, oh, that's no good, you know, it's going to backfire, I want to settle down. That's what upped the ante. That's exactly what upped the ante. Within the email, Wendy says, I wish it would have been different. Read between the lines. I'm bound here against my will. I'm a damsel in distress. But she's framing it cleverly to look like she's, reluctant acceptance. I'm going to make the most of it. He's won. It was exactly Wendy's response, and the subject of the house and settling down that upped the ante for Donna to raise it to the stakes of murder. Yeah? It all comes down to this, man. Any kind of compromise is a loss. And they don't do loss. They don't do loss.
Right?
Yes.
And you were concerned that you would go through all of that, spending more money, being more stressed. And then you say, for the chance to save face with my family and to be given an opportunity I don't actually want, to live with them in South Florida. That's what you said, right?
Well, I say an opportunity I don't actually want with all of my heart, but maybe part of it,
Okay.
to live with them in South Florida.
All right. And then you say, so I am willing to put myself through all of this just to keep up appearances with my parents and brother that I want to be living down in South Florida or down south with them, even though I don't want to. That's what you said, right?
I say, even though I don't want to give up my current flexible job where I get to spend maximum time with my kids so I can be with them.
Okay. And that was June the 4th of 2013, right?
Yes.
And what you end up choosing was the second alternative, correct?
I went through with the hearing.
Okay. And I think, let me find it. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60. Let's see if I can figure out their lettering system. That would be Y. I'm going to take this and let you take this book.
Okay.
And if you would review that pleading, or this order that the court entered, please.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
So you went into this hearing and Gary ended up coming, correct?
He did.
And he testified, right?
Yes.
And you gave some testimony, correct?
Yes.
And what happened was the judge kind of called a timeout, right?
I don't remember a timeout.
At some point she wanted to speak to counsel, is that right?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that part of her speaking to counsel.
Do you remember the judge making some comments about the children hadn't been harmed and since he hadn't pulled out their toenails?
I do remember the toenail comment, yes.
So she wasn't leaning towards relocation, correct?
No.
Okay, so even though you had other witnesses, you didn't proceed with the hearing, right?
Well, I think we had the hearing and the judge decided.
You didn't call all your witnesses, did you?
I don't remember.
If you look at the order, it says order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children. And then it says what the court orders and adjudges. The court does not find that the wife has met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. You see that?
Yes, number 1.
Yes, and your mother actually stayed outside for the testimony of that hearing with your dad, correct?
I don't remember, but I remember asking her to stay outside if she was going to testify.
Okay. And you came outside at some point and told your parents that relocation was denied, correct?
Correct.
And it's after this hearing, when relocation is denied, that those truly ugly emails that your mother wrote were written by her, correct?
Yes.
May I approach? Actually, if you'd keep that for a second.
Okay.
Once the final judgment was entered, the issue of relocation was over, right?
Yes.
Relocation from July 31st of 2013 until the time that Mr. Markel was murdered was never an issue again, was it?
It was never an issue from the day it was decided on July 31st, 2013. That's when it ended.
Certainly after the final judgment, correct?
Yes.
And that's the end of the discussion about relocation, right?
Yes.
No more plans about how to get relocation. The issue's decided, correct?
It was decided.
Ms. Adelson, if you look at that order that's entered by the court, besides saying it's denied, it says something pretty important, and I think the state pointed this out in its opening. It says that this denial is with prejudice.
Yes, ma'am.
Of the wife's petition for request to relocate with the minor children. And you're a lawyer, so you know that with prejudice means this is done. This topic in this divorce is over.
Yes, with prejudice means it's a final decision of the court.
But what it says right before that is, as such, the parties stipulate to the denial with prejudice of the wife's petition. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So what happened is after the judge says, if their toenails haven't been pulled out, I'm not thinking relocation, you actually stipulated to denial with prejudice, right?
Yes.
You did not tell your parents that you stipulated to denial with prejudice, did you?
I don't remember any conversation there, really.
So, not knowing that it was denied with prejudice, your mother thought you still had an opportunity to get it up through your final hearing, right?
I believe so.
And so she kept writing these ugly things and giving
Hey,
you all
bro,
of these
I'm
ugly
gonna
suggestions,
fucking
right?
fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
She did write those emails.
If you had told her you stipulated with prejudice, that's probably not what you wanted, Mom, but that would have been the end of it, right?
I don't know. I would just be guessing.
May I approach?
She's guessing. Melissa's guessing. Thank you, Melissa, for the 3 coffees. Melissa says, are any true crime Metrix gourmet swingers club members touching their thingies? I'm asking for a friend. My oh my, Melissa. We could do a poll.
Well, if you'd just be guessing, after she thought it was finally over on July the 31st, there were no more emails suggesting you do things like she suggested between the hearing date on June the 20th and the final hearing on July the 31st, did she?
Can you help me? What is the question?
So sure. So your mother doesn't know when you get out of the hearing on June the 20th that you've stipulated that this is a forever decision. So she writes these ugly emails, right?
She may not have understood that it was a final decision of the court.
It was a decision of the court because you stipulated to it, Ms. Adelson, didn't you?
I did stipulate to it.
And she didn't know it. She thought you had up until the final hearing. So she's marching along trying to come up with more suggestions of how you can pressure Danny and get him to agree for you to relocate, even though you...
I probably shouldn't say poll right now.
know it's dead, right?
I knew that it was a final decision.
And after July the 31st, when she thought it was a final decision, she wrote no more emails suggesting you do these crazy things to still try and get relocation, did she?
I don't remember the dates of the email, but...
And you testified when you got up, when the state was asking you questions, after you said your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed, which you've clarified now that she was mad at him, not that she hated him, you testified you hated him at the time he was killed, right?
I don't remember testifying to that.
Well, then we'll need to take a break, Judge. May
Do you have
we
any
approach?
Questions for the witness?
I do. May we approach?
Please approach.
Ms. Adelson, isn't it true that before getting married to Mr. Markel in, was it 2006?
2006, we got married.
Isn't it true that you've stated that you knew on your fancy wedding day, when you were all dolled up and feeling like you were an actor in someone else's show, you knew it on your honeymoon when you were enjoying the vacation but not thrilled to be there with him, you said, "I'm not sure I liked him, let alone loved him, but I was eager to start a life with someone and he wanted to do it with me." You recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that, no.
I have placed in front of you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1B for identification purposes. It's towards the bottom of page 3.
I see that I said that in 2013.
Ms. Adelson, you would agree that when Danny Markel was murdered on June the 18th of 2014, your little boys lost their father for the rest of their life.
On the day that he was murdered was July 18th, and yes, my boys lost their father.
They're growing up as 11 years have passed without his influence in their life in any way. Isn't that correct?
I wouldn't say without his influence in any way, but yes, they've grown up without their father.
He's not here to give them advice.
He is not.
He can't come to any of their functions, sports, anything else.
Correct.
They're not eating kosher like they would have with their father.
They are not.
They don't have him at all.
They don't have him in their lives day to day, no.
Because on July the 18th of 2014, he was brutally murdered in his driveway. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And you testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
Redirect examination.
It includes my mother.
When you said you were an actor in someone else's show, whose show was it?
I think I felt like I just wasn't fully present in my own life, that I had always been a real people pleaser. And so there was an aspect of not always being true to myself and wanting to make other people happy.
And one of those people is your mom, right?
Yes.
And that's part of why you kept going with relocation, even when you kind of had some doubts about it, right?
I would say it's part of the reason.
You were asked on cross-examination about the final order on relocation issued June 20th, 2013, and didn't you stipulate to making it with prejudice, I guess? Do you remember doing that?
I don't actually remember stipulating. I mean, I see it in the order, but I don't remember actively saying anything or participating in a stipulation.
In fact, when you've testified about this previously, didn't you indicate you didn't know what with prejudice meant?
I think it's not something that comes up in my daily practice, and so at the time I had forgotten that it meant that it was a final order.
All right, and it was suggested or said on cross that you didn't tell your mom it was final and she was misled and she thought there was still room for it, right?
That is what was said to me on cross.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 64JJ.
Look at John LaRoe there.
Take a moment to
And that's Melissa, not Melissa, what's her name? Maricel Descalzo.
Okay.
Do you recognize that email?
I mean, I recognize the email address. Is that what you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Who's the email from?
The email is from my mom and dad's email address to a friend of theirs.
Who's the friend?
The Klegermans. I think it's Vicky, the woman in the relationship.
Okay, and it's signed Love Donna, right?
Yes, sorry. So it's from my mom.
And in this email, does she indicate to the Klingermans that there is no chance at the appellate level for appeal of your relocation?
Yes, that's what the email says.
All right, and is that email dated 6/25 of 13?
Yes.
So 5 days after the order was issued, your mom did know that that order was final, based
That's
on this?
Based on that email, yes.
Okay, it was, you were asked questions about, your mom never suggested any harm to Dan Markel to you, but she did want to bribe him, yes?
Yes.
Take control from him, weren't those her words?
Yes.
Aggravate him,
Yes.
scare him.
I don't remember scare him, but I believe that was part of it.
Give him some grief.
Yes.
Take something from him.
Yes.
Show that fucker what would make him absolutely miserable.
Yes.
But definitely not kill him, right?
I don't know what the question is.
Donna was caring and devoted to your boys. You were asked about that. That's true, right?
Yes.
In fact, she maybe cared a little too much about your life and you and what was going on with you sometimes, right?
I don't know that you can care too much.
Even the Nazi uniform craziness came from her version of some kind of place of love. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Because although her lawyers tried to downplay this, she was suggesting a baptism for these kids, right?
Yes.
She said she looked into it and could get it done in 2 weeks, right?
I believe that's what it said.
And didn't she justify the means or claim that this would be harmless to your children because it was just like playing dress up to them, right?
Yes.
Just like Jake the Pirates.
Yes.
She thought the ends, relocation, would justify the means, didn't she?
Yes.
And she thought a move to South Florida was what was best for you
Yes.
and what was best for your children,
Yes.
who she cared about more than anyone in the world.
I mean, I don't know who she cared about most in the world, but she loves
Is
me.
there anyone that she cares about more than those?
Yeah, Lynn Perdita. Lynn says, the question about her believing everyone should be held, the question Georgia asked Wendy about believing everyone should be held accountable for Dan is a telling sign they're going to go after Wendy. Georgia loves to put those things throughout. We see that kind of thing a lot in interrogations, right? When the interviewing officer, like take the Chris Watts case interrogation as an example. Graham Coder, Agent Coder, Special Agent Coder, he says to Chris Watts, when we find the guy that did this, what do you think should happen to him? You know, knowing full well that Chris is that guy, right? Which is so funny because it's like they kind of Chris does. He sort of goes, life in prison. You know, it invites suspects to kind of write their own death warrant, you know. When we find the guy that did this, what do you think should happen to him? Didn't you say, Wendy Adelson, that you thought everybody responsible should go down for this murder? Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Two boys.
My dad.
Okay. She thought relocation was best for those boys. They were
Yes.
going to have better opportunities, right?
Yes.
Better family support,
Yes.
a happier mother
Yes.
with a more lucrative profession.
Yes.
Even that's a strange thing to say, right? It just shows the bad handle that this family have on, you know, normal human familial relationships. Georgia says, "Who in the world did your mother love more than those two boys?" And Wendy laughs it off and goes, "My dad, obviously." Which is, you know, I think parents and grandparents always at least show that the children are the most important thing. Like if you're on the Titanic, if Donna's on the Titanic with Harvey and the boys, and they're trying to get into a boat. Harvey's trying to bribe someone for a lifeboat, and there's no space in the lifeboat, and Donna has to choose. Donna has to choose, and then she says, "Well, that's easy, because I love Harvey more. So good luck, Ben and Lincoln. Maybe there's a boat on the other side. We're taking this one, so see ya."
And your lives all depended on it. Isn't that what she said?
Yes.
And Dan Markel could have agreed, couldn't he?
He was amenable, but then he didn't want to, ultimately.
Well, he could have moved to South Florida, right? Isn't that what you were asked on cross?
Yes, he could have.
Could have moved to South Florida and enjoyed all that delicious kosher food down there, right?
Yes.
And if he had relented, you and he could have had separate lives in Miami and happily co-parented the boys, right?
In
That
theory,
could have happened.
Yes, it could have.
Except he wouldn't relent, would he?
I mean, he said no, and so we had a hearing, and the judge said no.
Right. He wouldn't relent. He wouldn't give your mom what she wanted, would he?
I mean, we only had one conversation about it, so it wasn't like a ongoing thing.
It wasn't an ongoing thing? What wasn't?
I mean, between Danny and I, we talked about relocation. He said he would think about it, and then he said he didn't want to. And then we had the hearing, and then that was the end of it for me.
Yes, but you were asked on cross, wouldn't things have been potentially great for Danny down there too?
Yes, I think they would have.
Couldn't we all have lived happily ever after if he would have agreed to move down there too? Possibly, right?
Possibly.
But he wouldn't agree.
He didn't agree, no.
Nothing further.
Well, and then it just ends. I wanted to at least hear Judge Everett close it out. Well, we are late. We are running late. Should we hear Judge Everett one more time before we go? I just feel like that's gonna... I gotta go to sleep. I gotta get up in the morning. It's 6:30. Fuck. I need to hear Judge Everett right now. Where's that video? Where's that video? The good morning video. I wish I had a video of him saying good night. That would be perfect for me right now. But anyway, we ended the Wendy Adelson testimony of 2025 today, folks. 2-episode special. Episode 1, or part 1, is linked in the description for the video. We have to separate the syllables. You know who fucking separates syllables better than anyone I know? Judge Everett.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Okay, not great. Let's start again. I'm giving you a proper greeting, looking you in your eyes. All I'm asking back from you is for the same. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
There we go. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your circuit judges for the Felony Criminal Division here in Leon County. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Take 2. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your judges in the Felony Criminal Division here in Leon County. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, but let's try again. Good morning to all of our prospective jurors.
Good morning.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your circuit judges here in Leon County for the Felony Criminal Division. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that will not do at all. Let's start again. Good afternoon to all of our prospective jurors that have answered the call to serve. Thank you. Much better. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your circuit judges here in the Felony Criminal Division for Leon County.
The best. Anyway, we gotta go, guys. Good night tonight. Well done, team. Well done, chat. Well done, super chat. Well done getting those coffees rolling in too. That was swell. That was great. Yeah. I would do a summary, but I don't think I'm going to. We did enough. I'll just say thank you to everyone for coming and watching this and bringing your thoughts and your comments. It's always fun to read from other people. Special thanks to Michelle, what was it? The Super Deluxe Mod. I do like that. It does sound a little bit like a condom brand. I think we can come up with something better, but you do deserve some kind of special title. Fucking nice one, Michelle. What a great mod you are, seriously. And a cappella, wherever you are, there you are. Kiwi, also, thank you for bringing your comment, and it's nice to discuss that. And everyone else, right? Okay, we'll be back tomorrow. Maybe a little bit earlier tomorrow. I think we should do an earlier show tomorrow. That's it. All right, we'll say good night, guys. Thanks again. And all moderators, all chatters, super coffee go-getters, super sticker givers, bulletproof Metrix moderators. Thank you, everybody. Good night.